Hello, and welcome to our Heresy Second Edition campaign. We are going to be starting in a minute or two here, just finishing some last-minute technical difficulties. So no gameplay yet, unfortunately, but I am going to open it up to the other players so they can say hello.
Hello.
Is that it? Is that the only introduction we get?
As you may be aware, I'm allegedly nerdy, since this is my Twitch channel. People call me Chris, though. I think it's the name someone gave me one day.
Yes, a long time ago in a district far, far away.
District?
I don't know. Anyway, I'm James. I'll be playing Bagman throughout this performance, if you can call it that.
I'm Dolan, also known as Wormhole 3. You can call me, I'll be playing the character Russel Stark.
I guess I'm not. Yeah. Right. So I'm Adam, and I'll be playing the character of Joren, paperwork fanatic.
We also have a fourth player who may or may not have just woken up, but he is in the chat now, so...
Yeah, so you can blame interviews for this. Interviews and night shifts. Fun
Go ahead and,
times.
introduce yourself, Griff.
I am Griffin. I will be the Backstreet's Chop Shop Doc. So this is gonna be fun.
And with that, we'll go ahead and jump over
Yeah,
to the Roll 20.
Aha, my internet.
Also, my headset is about might die, so
Might want to plug that in.
We are very professional streamers here. We definitely have done this before.
The word. And
I
a
just need to
couple
get
of
back-
us have helped with streamers before.
My 45 seconds of fame. This is, 45 minutes, right? No, it's 15 minutes of fame. That's the same.
15 minutes.
But alright, we haven't got long.
Yes, yes.
Alright, I finally got a visual. Sorry.
We're definitely prepared as well.
Yes, I have prepared extensively. I wasn't making last-minute decisions and coming up with new characters 2 minutes before we went live.
Okay. So, the hive world of Arcana. Home to 5 great hive cities and numerous manufactorums. This is where our story is set. In the southern region of the planet, there's Hive Quintus, a mighty hive city and the youngest of those on the planet. The occupants there sometimes call it the Adamir's Hope. On the lower levels of this hive, next to the spaceport, lies a market known as Hush. In this market, a tavern known as the Adamir's Demise. This tavern is pretty standard for those in the Imperium, especially in hive cities. Crowded, dirty. The only thing most people can afford there is gut rot juice. Hanging behind the bar is a rusted guillotine blade. It is late in the day. Many of the common laborers are getting off work and coming to the tavern. Sitting in the tavern, as he often does, is Kleber Newhauser, the Backstreet Doc. If you'd go ahead and describe your character, Griffin.
So he is going into his 30s, though he might not think so. He's been around, well, a hive his whole life, so he looks a bit older. Fairly tall and wiry, with pale skin, brown hair, and dull green eyes. He's just sitting off to the side, drinking, waiting for a job to pop up.
Almost as soon as he pays mind to the fact that a job to be able to afford these drinks would be quite nice, the door slams open and 3 figures enter. 2 of them carrying the third between them. He has clearly been shot.
Fucking character soulmate doesn't do shit these days. Is anyone here a doctor?
Who's asking?
A man with a pouch full of I don't know what, probably money, and a gut wound. What it feels like.
Best get your anesthetic from the bartender, then.
Oh, great. My favorite. Please tell me I have
And
something that
then-
isn't. Okay. Potato based? Is that what we've got? I'll take anything at this point.
What are potatoes?
It's a long story.
The bartender sort of looks you up and down and just sort of gives a nod to the keg of rot gut.
Well, wait, you are a doctor, right? You're not just someone who said yes. But I'll take anything at this point. I'm not picky.
I've done this thing before.
All right, good enough for me. Collie, put me down over there if you could.
Yeah.
Back room this way.
Yeah. So put down by these 2 individuals, one black and white, the other carrying a large travel pack, is someone who, well, they are probably getting into their, yeah, again, late 30s, covered head to toe in what looks like a flak armor, spray painted hastily. There's not a lot to them. Chainsword on their hip, and a sizable pouch of coins, credits, etc. clasped to their side. I'll lay down on the bar if it's the only available.
No,
soft surface.
you are escorted into sort of a back storeroom, which has a metal table with some stains on it that has been relatively cleared off, and a relatively bright light overhead.
Cool. Working in luxury.
Don't mind the teeth down there. Someone got in a brawl last night.
Cool. Great. Well, maybe you could even take those as payment, but don't pull out any of my molars, please. I've already lost one. And I'll start unfastening the flak armor, specifically the chest piece. I swear these plates need to be lower. Honestly, why don't they cover the gut? I need some goddamn skirting panels, something like that.
Kleber, as you
Tell me, Doc.
inspect
How am I
the
gonna live?
wounds, you see that they have been quite clearly caused by what looks like a hand cannon round into the gut. It's a nasty wound, but you think you can treat it.
Nothing new.
Wonderful. Nothing new. Great. As long as you have a decent success rate, qualifications be damned. Well, what are you waiting for? Grab your tools.
Well, the question is, did he grab the anesthetic?
Well, I couldn't grab it, but maybe Collie can get it.
Yeah, Collie did go ahead and pick up a flagon. Flagon isn't really the right word. It's a sippy cup of the stuff.
One for me. One for you. Into the fucking wound. One for me. One for you. Just tell me to stop it whenever, whenever I'm good. I'm gonna continue until this thing is emptied, or the doc says no.
I'm gonna grab a dowel of some sort and throw that in your mouth, cause it's still gonna hurt.
Not even leather? Okay.
And
Just give me a shell breadstick.
you really want corpse starch?
No, thank you.
Well then, suppose it's time to break out the tools and get to work.
As Kleber begins his ministrations, we once again change the scene. Out into the market of Hush. The streets bustling with laborers, gang members, the occasional enforcer, sailors off on leave from the nearby spaceport. It is truly a hive within the hive, a place of intersection and a place of villainy. This is where Russel Stork has chosen to make his primary hunting grounds. And he has heard that another hunter recently got into a fight with a trio who have quite a high bounty on them. That trio got wounded, and you think you know exactly where a wounded criminal will end up. Have we lost Dolan?
No. Oh, sorry. Sorry, my mic was muted. So, camera pans over. You see this guy. He's kind of a bounty hunter-esque. Has a whatever that. Think man with no name crossed with the artist formerly known as McCree, the Overwatch character formerly known as McCree. And he has, you know, an obviously slightly damaged, but still functional, cybernetic right arm. And he starts making his way towards where I think the towards the bar where these miscreants might be heading out, so I can get my bounty.
Yeah, as you get closer, the bar does seem to be crowded. If you weren't on the hunt, you would consider getting a drink here. But you head on in, under the sign outside the door. And see the bartender hurriedly pouring drinks for the laborers and a handful of sailors who have just gotten in. It's quite a loud environment right now.
Well, I noticed that there's like signs of, someone being dragged in, or like where tables moved over.
That would be a scrutiny check. Scrutiny perception.
Scrutiny perception.
Hope he's not listening too loud. Just.
Any modifiers or just flat?
It's an easy check, so that is a plus 30, I believe.
Okay.
There is definitely some screaming in that case. But not enough screaming.
That's a fantastic first roll of the campaign.
Do I have the other bonuses to that from? Nope, I don't.
I
From
don't
my,
think it's gonna matter.
Yeah.
You need a lot. You need 40 more bonuses.
Yeah.
You, as you look around, you can't see anything obvious. This place is very crowded, and it's not exactly unusual for heavily wounded people to be dragged in here. So while you do see some blood stains on the floor, it's nothing out of the ordinary. If you want to be sure, you could ask around, but you know perfectly well where surgery is done here.
Go up to the bartender and I just give him a look of. I just go to him, give him a look of. I'm looking for a friend. Where's your back room? I mean, please, would you be so kind to tell me your back room? Point me in the direction of business, of alternative business that you have here.
You mean the
Was it-
street
was it-
dock?
Yes. A friend of mine might be hurt, and
Oh, that poor bastard that they just dragged in? Yeah. Okay, just back room.
Motherfucker.
Could you just? Yeah, and I go where I go through the curtain, the beads, whatever, the beads into the back room.
It is beads, but there's only like 4 chains left of them. It's not really a wall anymore.
Grim dark mood beads.
It's the hallway goes back probably about 30 feet. It looks like there's a back door into the rear alley, and to your left is just a generic door, and you can hear from the other side the muffled noises of someone screaming in pain.
I go towards the screaming.
You open up the door and find yourself in a room with 4 other people.
And so he was screaming like, "Rah!" But I wasn't screaming, I tell you, but I wasn't screaming. I said, "You know what's a knife? This is a knife." Reeling around the chainsaw on the surgery bed. And then the bastard pulled a fucking hand cannon on me. Oh my god, I couldn't tell you the surprise on my face. Colin nearly shot himself. Good god, oh my god, there. But, I don't know. Who fucks
I
up?
pull up my whatever device I have that says the bounty on it, and I try to compare the.
You
visual.
pull out a piece of paper.
Yeah. Well, so I pull out the piece of paper and I try to compare.
This is quite clearly the person who has the bounty on them.
Hmm.
He is also quite drunk.
Hey Doc, what's wrong with this guy? I gotta take. He's a friend of mine. I gotta take him somewhere.
Is he
After you-
expecting room service? Yes.
And like as I say, as I said the Doc, it's like I move my coat, move the whatever the vest thing, not poncho, whatever it's called. I guess kind of move just slightly, just like just the ever so hint, like glint of a of metal. Just like, hey, he's a friend of mine. I gotta take him somewhere after you're done with him.
Let's see. Here it is. What will the first roll be to note what he's using?
What?
What are you looking to do specifically here?
Notice what weapons on his hip.
I believe that would be an awareness perception. He's flashing it to you, so plus 20.
Well, it's not a full flash. It's just like the glint of the.
Ah, a tease.
Yeah.
Okay, plus 10. Happy?
Yeah. Oof.
Yeah, I'm digging his guts. I'm not paying attention. All
And I'm
you
seeing
get
double.
is a. All you get from Kleber is no funny business back here unless you don't want my services. As I continue digging in his.
Watch the arteries. Are there arteries there? Fuck, there's gotta be something.
You'll know if there are arteries. Well,
Is that like the funny feeling?
You'll be
or like
dead.
the tinkle? Oh.
Once again, changing scenes. We go to a cramped office in this section of the hive. Hundreds of cognate terminals, scribe servo skulls, and human meat of the meat grinder hurry around, carrying scrolls and parchments. Among these is Joren.
So you see an older but not yet truly old, aged by his time in the hive, gentleman with a all-encompassing robe, as is common to adepts of the imperial bureaucracy, with a rather significant backpack sitting by his chair.
As you are working along on your paperwork, a servo skull drops off a new scroll. It seems that there is a street dock out there who has not paid his illegal street dock license fee.
This requires immediate remedy. Shouldering his backpack and slinging his protection, he ventures out into the hive. So much paperwork to do, so little time. He brings with him a stack of the requisite forms.
Oh no. How many inches?
Oh, it's pretty short. It's only about 2.
Oh, that's fine.
As you venture out into the hive, most people know to give the Administratum a very wide berth. Otherwise, they might end up with unexpected tax loads.
Yes, yes. There's always unforwarded paperwork, is what we have learned.
As you make your way into Hush, this market that is set up between elevator shaft 17, elevator shaft 19, and tram track 37, you consider, why do they do business here? And you realize It's because you haven't made a law that says they have to pay taxes to do business there yet.
This is a note for later.
You make your way to the tavern as a group of Imperial Navy sailors, rather drunk, sort of stumble into it just ahead of you.
Hope they cause more problems. That's more paperwork. The Navy usually has sufficient resources to fill out the requisite paperwork, but we shall see. Must not be distracted. Alright. I will... He approaches the barman.
I've already filled out my liquor license twice this year.
Ah, but as you may notice, according on page 53 of your liquor license, you must fully comply with any investigations as to secondary businesses being operated with on the premises. It is therefore that I request any knowledge that you may have as to the reported presence of a street dog within this facility. Failure to comply will result in restriction of the liquor license and a fine being applied.
He's in the back room.
Much appreciated.
God, he's more trouble than he's worth. These people would buy the juice anyways. Why do I let him use the back room? You make your way through the handful of beads into this back hallway. The door is open. And inside, you see 5 figures now. 5 figures.
Doc, Collie, Backstrap, me.
Yeah.
Okay.
It is requested to know who the proprietor of this particular establishment is.
You say this as Kleber has his hands inside of someone else's guts.
Yes,
This guy.
and then I just kind of, I guess this guy who can't take a hint. No, that's not what I mean. Go ahead.
I'm patting him on the shoulder as he's trying to steady his hands inside my internal organs. This guy right is the best. He's real good at the job thing that make the place go. I mean, look at the fantastic work he's doing. Best man I ever knew. I don't remember many.
Write down again.
What's your name? Oh.
I'm certainly grabbing something, causing a significant amount of pain.
You are hereby alerted that it has been informed and has now been confirmed to be operating an unlicensed street dock in this facility. To fill out your forms necessary to continue to practice this business, you must fill out these following forms. Thud. As he places a stack of paper on the table.
Oh, yeah. I hope
Continue
you're
to practice
multitasking.
without filling out the forms will result in further fines being assessed.
Is he
Would you
serious?
like to pay his fee and have me fill these forms out with his blood?
What?
Failure to fill out the forms will result in a further fine.
Yeah, and
be
I've
around.
got a job to do at the moment. Give me a minute.
What
Noted.
he said.
Timer
Please.
initiated.
Oh. Is it bad that I find this quite funny? Oh god, I'm gonna die here.
Please don't. Please don't. My friends need you alive. I mean, your
Oh.
friends need you alive.
My friends need me alive. looking back at Backstrap, who's probably already eyeing up my goddamn armor. What goes around comes around. It's probably very obvious that this is not the kind of armor that you would get hold of. It is someone else's. Spray painted, so that makes it mine.
Can I see if his armor was formerly of Munitorum issue?
The armor would be of not Munitorum grade, but probably. Well, why don't you make him roll for it first?
Yeah, that would be a scrutiny. That might be a scrutiny intelligence, actually. No, scrutiny intelligence doesn't exist, damn it. Okay. It would be a scrutiny perception, yeah.
Okay. No mods or anything?
It's in pretty rough condition, so just a +10.
I have made sure to spray paint over any labels or identifying fuck.
Yes.
This is armor from an enforcer on a penal colony, specifically Selvrot 77.
Let's see. That armor appears to be a, let's see, Imperial issue. Do you have a permit to possess salvaged armor?
Probably somewhere, maybe. I don't know. I found it. It's mine. Something treasure laws. Those are a thing, right?
To file a claim on legitimate salvage requires paperwork, the form Alpha numeric 7 to be filled out in its entirety. Upon completion of form, you'll be issued a permit listing it as legitimate salvage. Do you have this permit?
Well, how long do I have to respond to that question?
Failure to supply this permit will result in a further fine.
Okay. I'll get round to it.
Ow.
Do I get medical leave? Is that a thing? Look, I don't know the terms here, man. I'm gonna work on it. Promise you. Swear I'm a rapidly depleting blood supply and heart.
This will require further assessment.
Gives you a smile.
Yeah.
Back to you.
If everyone could go ahead and make an awareness check. Bagman, you're at -10.
I'm not so good at those.
Kleber, you are flat, and everyone else is at +10.
Perception or fellowship brand?
Perception.
Just a little forewarning, I've got keen intuition. Reroll fail awareness tests at -10.
Okay. You notice that it has gotten very quiet from out in the rest of the board.
Do you guys hear that? Exactly.
I'm just gonna shift so he's no longer standing in the doorway.
As you do so, the door automatically slides shut.
The beads slide shut?
No, the beads are the back hallway. This room has its own door.
Oh, okay. Sorry, I misunderstood that.
Did you do that? Collie, do me a favor, mate. Go take a look.
Yeah. Sure thing.
Thanks.
slender, almost sickly figure. Not sickly. Sickly isn't the right word. Lanky.
Spindly.
Spindly, yeah. The spindly figure of Carly goes over to the door. And just as he's about to press the button to open it, Enforcers, open up!
Oh, fuck.
Joren's gonna walk over and open up.
No, God damn it. Fucking. Oh. Look, this is definitely my armor. I have a form somewhere around here. Look, actually, I'm just gonna reach for the chainsaw. Get that started.
You want to lose your guts on the ground?
Well, look, I've been in worse situations than this. That's partially true, but we'll see how this one goes. One for the history books.
Who is it?
So,
Who is it?
No, it's I. No, it's sorry.
As you are making your preparations, and just immediately after, Russel yells, "Who is it?" The door slides open about an inch, and a pair of metal objects come flying in. You realize that these are grenades.
I grabbed
okay.
one and I put it. No.
Just
I
scrambling
was
to get
near
all the
the-
equipment I can.
Okay, so is this the door to the room that we're currently in?
Yes.
I thought I was going to go try and just open the door, basically.
Yeah, you were about to do that.
Oh, great, wonderful.
Oh god, they're not playing around. They're gonna smoke us. Ah.
Is there a cover inside the room?
Can I pull over the
There
table?
is a metal table that currently has a very injured man and a surgeon sitting on it.
I dive underneath the table.
I'm gonna try and rock the table, so good luck. Rock the table back, rock the table forward, rock it back again, fall on its side.
I think I'm just gonna try and duck kind of away from the door. I don't think I'll have much time though. So.
Okay. So yeah, you'll sort of react to these grenades as one would, and so if everyone goes in a different, completely random direction, Carly, who was literally just next to Joren, just sort of dives to the left. A backstrap just sort of turns and shrinks into his backpack.
He's probably the safest out of all of us.
And after these grenades sort of bink, 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 poof, and they begin releasing a thick smoke. Could everyone make me a toughness test?
Is this an airborne?
Yes, this is airborne.
Okay. I was assuming, but I needed to. Hold on, I need to figure out what this is.
Just flat toughness, or
Flat toughness, unless you have anything to modify it.
I don't think I do. But
Nope.
some part of me thinks that your character should have some minuses because your organs are out on the table, but
Can still breathe just fine.
That's the problem.
I wonder what this thing tastes like. Yeah.
Something tells me I should use a fate point on that.
Maybe. Or you could treat it like a cigar.
You know, if you want to use a fate point, I guess you can. I won't stop you.
You know what? The You know what? Just go. Just go.
Yeah.
I'm not. I'm...
Okay, Joren, Joren and Kleber take 1 fatigue and 5 temporary toughness damage. Russel take 2 fatigue and 10 temporary toughness damage.
What does that mean? Oh, it temporarily lowers it?
Yes.
Okay. Just gonna do
Basically just a modifier for all toughness rolls.
Yeah, there's
Keep in mind it does change your your soak and then the first number of your characteristic, which determines how much you have of how much fatigue affects you.
Yeah.
Is there a way to have that, to set it up so it's -5 temporarily, or do we just reduce our toughness by 5?
You just reduce it by 5 and just it comes back at a rate of 1 per hour.
Okay.
So just note that down somewhere.
Yeah.
Okay.
That's actually really annoying. Yeah.
It's the goddamn feds. Oh,
Yeah, you notice that Collie is really coughing up right now. You can't really tell what's happening with Backstrap.
Well, I'm gonna do my best to get my chainsword revving. Not expecting this to go well.
Joren's gonna cough out. Interference with official Administratum business requires a separate permit.
What he said. Teach him. He's coughing as much as I am.
And as Russell's like hacking up a lung at this point, pretty much literally, he's like, "All right, I think we're gonna have some action here," and he just poses. He reveals his auto pistol and is getting ready to draw it while hacking up a lung as the best he can.
Well, if they're not gonna breach the room, I'm gonna go over to the door.
Yeah, they don't breach the room. You notice that the door did slide back shut. As the gas continues to dispense.
Joren's just gonna continue yelling at them to stop interfering with Administratum business.
Button. I'll get to the button. Hammering every button I can find on the wall. Or is it a handle door?
It is a button door. This is sort
Okay.
of older hablock. Yeah, you just start smashing at all of these control buttons.
Up, down, left, right. Fucking Simon Says.
So wouldn't it be really nice if Dog Heresy had like a luck trait?
Or influence with the cosmic universe.
And you roll fate.
I don't think so.
We have a warrant for the immediate arrest of 3 escaped convicts.
Next door down, mate.
Failure to comply will result in summary judgment as approved by the High Arbitrators of Hive Quintus.
Who's your commanding officer? Voice cracks.
It's all those cigarettes.
Let's
I imagine the commanding officer is High Prefectus of Hive Quintus.
Everyone go ahead and make a second toughness test. In a small room that's being filled with knockout gas.
Any minuses to that with the...
It's just wherever your toughness has been changed to.
Okay, just flat? Okay.
Joren's gonna walk up to the door.
I'm
And
gonna go get my chest plate back on.
let's see.
Okay.
In accordance with the treaty, with current current treaties between the Administratum and the Adeptus Arbeit, it is requested that you Open this door to allow my passage out of this facility for the duration of your engagement.
He said, open this rust, damn, goddamn, fuck, damn, shit, damn, crap, damn, dick, damn, zog, damn, damn, ass, damn, fire warrior, damn, balls, damn, fucking door.
The two people who failed take another level of fatigue and 9 more toughness damage.
Wait, 9?
Yes.
Okay, so.
You don't want to know what happens when your toughness drops to 0.
Oh, you idiot, stop saying that. We have a right of clearance to clear all previous crimes committed by these escaped convicts if they come peacefully.
Okay, I'm gonna see if I can. Do I believe him?
Pieces of.
Go ahead and...
Is it? Do I roll scrutiny or
I
counter
believe
deceit?
that would be scrutiny fellowship.
Scrutiny fellowship makes sense.
For just
Double
James
check.
or.
Scrutiny, not security. Okay, we're good.
While you'd like to believe that, you're not sure if you do. Just like going on your own background experience of what the Imperium does. No.
Doesn't sound quite plausible to me. Although I'm not exactly in a position to negotiate.
Once again, it is requested that you allow this, the adept, let's see, that you allow me out so we can discuss this.
I just find the door button. I kind of crawl, it's still hacky. Like I'm kind of bending over, about ready to pass out, and I'm just doing my best, like walk over and just use.
Yeah, you sort of have to fight these other these other two people trying to activate the door.
Collie, I know, is hitting it. I was hitting it.
I'm gonna try and just
go ahead and
like shove him away and kind of just hit the button.
Fucking you try then.
If Joren, if you could roll me command fellowship, and what's I need to check something here. At plus 20.
Nope.
This door isn't opening until the convicts give up.
I can do this all day. Can you?
Can I? Yeah.
Chris, does this back room have a fan leading back into the alley?
Yeah, it has a very small ventilated fan into the alley. It isn't. It's pretty small. It's like the size of like a dryer exhaust duct.
So like 6 inches maybe.
Yeah.
I'm gonna go hit the button for that.
Yeah, it does begin slowly sending the choking cloud of gas out.
Oh, now we probably won't die.
Joren is just gonna stroll out of the door as soon as it opens.
I'm gonna.
Eventually, after fighting over the door long enough, it opens up.
Technical masterpiece. Truly.
Standing outside the door is basically a conga line of a bunch of enforcers, with truncheons and shotguns.
Oh.
trying to
and
walk past them.
one other
then-
figure, wearing carapace armor. Not the standard enforcer light carapace. This is nicer carapace armor. Joren, you actually recognize her.
Who is this?
A couple of days ago, you chased down someone entering from the spaceport. A member of the Inquisition. This was a member of that Inquisitor's party.
Ma'am, it should be noted that any interference with official Administratum business, even that of the Inquisition, needs to be filled out and notified ahead of time. It should be noted and passed on via the appropriate channels.
She sort of furrows her brow and, why are you here? God damn Administratum.
As soon as he drops the word Inquisition, Bagman just goes pale.
I'll be back in one moment.
Wait, no, the what now? When did just I leave?
You're the one they call Bagman, right?
I'll lean over to. So that was that thing that we had, right? Where he goes, is that a thing on this planet where you say like I don't want to talk the truth? Or no, that wasn't it. Anything I can and will say will be used against. Oh, hold on a second, no, that wasn't it. Yeah, I'm Bagman. Who are you?
Interrogator Sahab.
Cool, nice name. I ask again, who is that person in relation to terrible things that they can do to people? Something about people who like to walk around with tall pipe hats, the grim dark outfit. Nice armor, by the way. I'm a fanatic myself. Love the stuff. Can't get enough of it. Glad you brought the boys out. It's not too often that I get to see this many in a small, confined space with shotguns willfully pointed at me. So, thank you. Warm well. Oh, dear God.
You're one chance at avoiding the summary judgment that has been handed down to you.
Okay. Cool. Got it. So, my choice of free will and open opportunity is death or death, but for later. Am I understanding this right?
We all die at some point.
I'll take the latter. That's it. Deal sealed. No problem from me. Full compliance. Yeah. Fucking out of breath. Bagman will stand a little straighter, a little bit at ease, a little bit at attention, and put up somewhat of a smirk. And a half-crooked smile.
She, Okay, who's the rest of you in there?
Nothing here but full farmers. Farm dogs. Come out, Collie.
I'll call out Collie and Backstrap.
They sort of hesitantly make their way over to the door. And, you two are free to go. as long as he does his job. It's conditional, but you trust him, don't you?
I'll give like 2 thumbs up, like, yeah. Just looking into their eyes, full of disappointment.
They look between you and the alternative, and they're, yeah, we trust him. And
Pat him on the back.
they sort of give a bit of like it's like an apologetic shrug, and sort of begin scampering out as soon as it's clear that they're being let go.
The last thing they'll see of me is the smile of a doomed man. Well, here's the new beginnings. Well, I'm all out here on my own. Isn't someone going to come and join me and staunch the bleeding? We should start it again. I'm just going to lay on the ground for a second. Oh. Doc? I'm fading.
Bleeding there requires paperwork.
How big was the
Fucking billet.
wound on the front end again?
You got it mostly patched up. Luckily, it was mostly a through and through. You're mostly just feeling around in there a bunch to make sure it didn't perforate his gut. You don't think it did. Like, this guy's one lucky bastard, it looks like.
Fucking, you did that appendix removed anyway. Nothing but trouble.
Hey, yeah, the reason why I'm here is because I was taking these days down. What happens to this? I take out my bounty paper and I'm like, what happens to this?
She takes it. What happens to what? She slowly crumples it up in her hand.
Ooh,
I
you daddy. You can still rob me afterwards.
Deliberate destruction of Administratum property.
just give her the stink eye and just like.
However, there
Go
might be
ahead.
opportunities for other work for you. It seems I've coincidentally stumbled on exactly what I need.
Joren is currently making a list of infractions that she's already committed. It's getting extensive.
She turns to the enforcers and just sort of, you can get out of here now. It's time for us to have a little bit of a talk, you four.
That's me. Much more
This will
talkative.
be about the
With a drink.
time I am exiting the door with a couple bandages, more or less just gauze and
Oh,
some
gauze.
wrapping.
I love gauze.
And it's getting
Just stuff it under the armor. Strap it real tight.
yeah,
Oh.
it's going to be especially tight.
Okay, at this point I'm just going to take off my helmet. And get myself strapped up. Cool.
Joren's just gonna point. It's Kleber at the street talk.
Yep.
Yeah, he's gonna point at him. Don't think I've forgotten. You still have forms to fill out.
Hey.
We've
Does it
also
really?
exceeded
Go
your
back to
1
the
minute deadline.
Inquisitor.
He too has forms to fill out.
Priorities, man. Come on. Spare a guy who's bleeding out his final rites, right? Right? Or is there another form for that?
Of course.
Oh.
Do you need
All
that
right,
form?
it's called
I
a
can get
will.
that form.
Now
So,
then, the presence of myself and my superior on this world has coincidentally led us to find some other potential concerns. However, we are needed elsewhere. As a result, it has been deemed necessary to assemble a team who will be loyal to the Emperor and pursue these concerns. My superior has deemed it fit that you, she points to Bagman, will be part of this team. It's up to me to determine the rest of the team. And I have better things to do, so it's you. And she just sort of points to all of you.
Congratulations, we got promoted!
To clarify, are you attempting to let's see, draft my services into that of the Inquisition?
Yes, under the Inquisitorial Authority Act of
Please
M36047.
sign here. You put held on the form.
How did you print that so?
Had it on hand.
She pulls out an autoquill. A very brief signature that is completely illegible.
Yes. This will be filed. Wait one. Okay.
Hey, Paperboy. Hope you have a recorder for that.
What?
That's
Or
his,
do you
he
intend
is
on
the recorder.
enforcing it based on your word?
Oh, I see what he's talking about. Aha! You're immune to all. You're immune to almost all levels of legislation. Does. Bagman gets excited for a second. Does that mean that I am immune to all levels of enforcement and legislation? Tell me now. Tell me that's true. Please, make my day. I've got my hands praying here. I'm loyal to the Emperor. Big guy in the sky. Love the guy. Shines golden rays at night. Does this mean
The
I don't have to
immunity
obey
of the
law?
Inquisition only extends as far as your name is recognized.
Okay. Works for me. So, wait, hold on. Oh yeah, so basically nothing changed. Alright. Cool. Cool beans. So, what about you? And he'll look up at his pursuer. Talking to you, Dolan.
I guess I'm in.
Hey. See? Make friends. Not credits. Right? Right. Okay. Look, I'm just gonna take a little nap on the floor here. If you need me, wake me up. If you want me to go somewhere, try and wait 5 minutes. Is that alright? And he'll look at the inquisitorial lady.
Yes, I will contact you in the morning about what your assignment will be. Don't wander too far.
Haha. Funny.
I look at the paper guy. It's like, doesn't he need a permit for that? As Gene, I say that as Bagman is laying on the floor.
Of course, the appropriate authorities will be notified of lawyering persons here.
There's no more paperwork.
The interrogator just sort of shakes her head. Quite clearly, she thinks all of this is a terrible idea and begins leaving.
So when I woke up this morning, brushed my teeth, smoked a cigarette, have a little bit of a low stick, why not? Eat a little bit of cornstarch. Figure, maybe you can go down near and around the central tramway, run down a noble, strip out his pockets, take his shiny brooch, find a nice hat, go back home, sleep it off. This is not what the fuck I was expecting.
Okay. Well, I'll clamber to my feet. I'll likely be seeing you guys later. Until then, we meet tomorrow morning, being hosed down, likely by some kind of antibacterial fluid. Ollie, backstrap. Let's get back to the wall. We got a lot to think about.
Didn't
Ollie?
Ollie and Backstrap fuck off a while ago?
They
Ollie?
were sort of
Yeah.
hiding near the bar, alongside the bartender.
Hey, Scabs, get over here. Bagman needs a little bit of a shoulder to cry on. Thanks, Doc. And I'll throw him the purse that I had on my side. You can keep that. And that's where I got it. And begin limping his way to somewhere where he can pass out. Safely.
Joren's gonna turn to Kleber and say, reminder, unlicensed facilities still are required to pay their official tithes to the overall Administratum. This includes undeclared income. Stares at the bag, then turns and walks out.
Yeah, I've got the paperwork in the bag.
He's already walked out at this point.
Yeah.
Can't rob me if I'm gone and broke.
Well, today's meal money is no longer a thing, so I'll go find something to do to make some extra money before tomorrow. Find some lowlight, some other shifty individual, dispayment, bail jumper, whatever the hell you want to call it, whatever the hell pops up.
Wait for the
See you
paperwork
in the
man to
morning.
leave the room, and want to like some organs? No, okay, never mind. I'm out of here.
So Russell continues after it goes to find his next goes to find a
You
bounty.
go to the local enforcer precinct where the bounties are posted.
Yeah.
There's
I
a
heard that
couple of really low stake ones that are, gambling debts of the sort that would be easy to collect but wouldn't pay well.
Yeah, because it's later in the day. I plan on doing the easy way and just passively, off.
Yeah, you find some quite familiar, no good, sort of street scum that owe some gambling debts to some officially licensed casinos, so they can put out a bounty on it.
Yeah. So I just take whatever random couple bounties that will pay enough for like my room and meal
So
for the night.
one
and
bounty.
one bounty. Yeah.
Kleber.
Yeah.
As you check the bag that was thrown to you by this Bagman fellow, it has 3 authentic Orcanian crowns in it, which are the currency of the Hive world, and the rest are very crudely made forgeries, most of which are quite clearly cut out from old pipes and stuff.
That's the Bagman guarantee.
Luckily, you only needed to charge a handful for what you did. So you're not that
How
much
many of the
trouble.
forgeries are there?
A lot.
Like 70 or so. These are bad forgeries. Like, no one would accept these forgeries.
They still work as shrapnel.
Ah, yes, I see the bottle cap mine approach to life has been selected.
Oh,
Well,
people always need coverings for holes in their skull and such, so.
I want to be minted. Okay.
Less material for me to source.
Which is right. I feel a time skip coming along.
The next morning comes around, and
Can we assume toughness damage and everything is reverted?
yeah, all toughness damage and
All
fatigue
fatigue.
is lost. Even though theoretically speaking, it's not. I think theoretically, Russell, you would still have toughness damage since it's been less than 19 hours and you took a lot of toughness damage. But we'll just hand wave that.
Yeah, and plus, I'll be doing. I would, doing some more hunting, but yeah, we'll just hand wave it to.
So I imagine I was in some kind of heavy damage state. Starting wounds?
You
After
actually.
a day of rest and a little bit of medical.
Yeah, let me go ahead and look at your character sheet, Bagman. You only have like 2 wounds left. It actually wasn't that bad. It just seemed pretty bad. And there's a lot of adrenaline that happened.
A lot of adrenaline, a lot of alcohol. That's probably what I'm going to be feeling the next morning, actually.
So you all, do you meet back up at Theodomir's demise?
I don't know where else.
I mean, that is the trope.
I would be. I guess so.
Who the hell was the editor anyway? I lost a bomber.
So, it's pretty early in the morning for a tavern, but this is, of course, the 31st millennia, where everyone is always just getting off work, since most people are always working.
Yeah.
Bagman, probably for the first time in his life, showed up for a job. If you can even call it that. Freelance? Freelance. Well, well, well. Look what the cat dragged in. Me.
The 4 of you have selected a like a corner table, I assume.
Morning, Giebler. Elba?
I would.
Something like that.
Kleber.
Gotcha.
You bled through yet?
The bandages? Oh, let me check. No, should be good. I'll keep them on there.
Huh. Tougher than I thought.
Hey, takes a lot more than that to kill me. Specifically, 5 shotguns. 6 shotguns? Can I haggle you up to 7?
Sort of as you were having your discussion, the interrogator enters and sits down at the table. Glad I don't have to hunt any of you down today.
Well, you did it once. Might as well give you something for your time and money. So, I've got one question before we start. It's early in the morning, why not? You kind of went out of your way to specifically come here for me. Not to be rude, but why?
If I
don't know why.
knew, I'd tell you.
Oh, wunderbar. Alright, sorry. Please, continue.
The reason that it has been deemed necessary to convene this war band is because a priest has been murdered.
And is this some kind of punishment for the priest I may or may not have murdered? Or just one of those general murderings?
The murder of this priest is particularly gruesome.
Okay. Still haven't eliminated myself.
The priest's name is Brother Bayaka.
Okay, we're good. Although I should probably stop confessing to murder. Oh, sorry.
might not be a bad idea.
How do you spell that?
Bayeka.
Back. Okay.
He was found in an alley on the lower levels. Apparently, he was a missionary from the local chapter house of the Temple of the Light of the Emperor's Devotion. His murder was most foul. The area is still cordoned off by the enforcers.
So he was killed by a bird.
I don't think a bird would have done that.
Define foul.
He was butchered.
Like a bird.
Wouldn't be the first time I've seen that.
Such an action against an imperial priest, one of the men who has devoted their lives to the Emperor, is unacceptable. Whoever did it needs to be brought to justice. And if there is a systemic issue they have caused, it must be found. While the local enforcers will be looking for the culprits, it is important that our order finds them and ensures that there is no rot that has set in this city. Your job is to find those responsible for his death and eliminate them by whatever means you find necessary, be it through the enforcers or otherwise.
Do you have contact? Do you have a way that we can contact said enforcers?
There's a precinct house up the street. You can just go talk to them.
Oh, we'll get along swimmingly, I'm sure.
To clarify our official position within the Imperial hierarchy, are we currently operating under the jurisdiction or merely under the assignment of the Imperial Inquisition?
Currently, you serve at the pleasure of the Inquisition, not as a member of the Inquisition.
Understood.
As you are the most trustworthy here, Joren, you shall carry this inquisitorial signet to ensure that it does not fall into the hands of undesirables.
It is an honor.
I shall acknowledge that insult and choose to ignore it.
Joren's going to print out a receipt of a receipt of the reception of this item.
IOU, one return signet. Highly classified.
If you need to contact me, this Vox channel will be open. Use any Vox terminal to send the message. And she lists off a Vox frequency.
It is noted.
Now, I'll assume that none of you are so incompetent as to need any hand-holding, so I'll be off to complete my primary task in this hive.
You can count on me, I never let myself down.
I serve at the Emperor's pleasure.
I guess you got a friend in me.
Okay, cool question. So, clarification. He was a chaplain of which order?
Of the Temple of the Light of the Emperor's Devotion. And he was working out of the local chapter house of that, Nanatus House.
How do you spell that? Nanatus?
Nonnatus.
Yeah, okay.
Just spell it phonetically. Works out fine.
And he was butchered in a local alleyway, correct?
Yes, I shall move you over to the very simple map layer that is very crude. But he was butchered down here.
Oh, not far.
Yes.
And then where are we?
You are in Theodomir's demise is sort of right dab in the center of Hush. Just like right there. It's worth noting that this map is scaled accurately.
Okay. The waterworks are.
The waterworks are a water purification plant.
Okay. I believe it would be in our primary interest to inspect the scene of the incident.
Okay.
I don't. Why can't I scroll in where I want it to be?
But when she said butcher, did she elaborate at all? I don't think she did. Potentially by birds. Not necessarily, though. We'll look for talon marks.
Do we have a typical James character in play?
No, definitely not. It's fine. I default to James whenever I haven't figured it out yet.
I'm the one who made the pun, so.
So
I
quick
know, you got me.
explanation of the map. Yellow areas or like utility conduits, they're non-habitable. They're basically just empty tubes that have a bunch of bullshit like air and water and sewage and electricity running through them. These sort of
gas mains.
yeah, that sort of stuff. These sort of medium gray ones, these are transport lines, so either large elevators or like tram lines and stuff. Dark gray is like the outer wall, so it's really thick. Just lots of so small rooms and bulkheads and stuff. Just to keep the outside out. Yeah, you know, general stuff. And then obviously gray rooms are just the standard habitable areas. Most of them are filled up with the various bullshit you find in a hive, hablocks, and more hablocks. On occasion.
The occasional hallway.
Yeah.
More hablocks.
The waterworks. It's the place where everyone gets together and cries it out. Beautiful scenery.
Sounds like a really weird bar.
This tram line up here runs out to the spaceport. Down beneath here, down this elevator, is the primary like large train lines that run between the hives and the manufactorums. Think about like the massive trains we saw on Hired Gun.
Yeah.
Well, technically that was a tram in Space Marine, but let's not give credit to the originals. I'm not biased. I'm not sad.
I forgot about Space Marine because I have not played it. I've played Hired Gun more recently than Space Marine. I've played Space Marine. Let me clarify. I've played
it was
Space
orcified, so you're forgiven.
Yeah. I will also move you over to just the entire hive map just to give you a better idea of what it looks like.
To be clear though, on your previous map, are we able to cross over or around like the orange and grays, or do we need to go like all the way around them somehow?
The orange and grays you can cross through. Horizontal crossing is easy, is trivial. Up and down crossing is easier to do using the big elevators, but you can get around them, although that's a bit more dangerous and there might be bullshit and stuff there.
Oh, this is. I thought this was top down. This is side on.
This is side on,
Yeah.
yeah.
Welcome to Hive living.
Okay.
Yeah.
Cool.
So, Hive City, obviously, your entire existence is down here in this tiny area, and there's the rest of the Hive.
Hi! Welcome to Shit Creek. Why is it called Shit Creek? Because there's shit all here, and there isn't even a creek.
Luckily, this is a nicer part of the lower Hive. it is relatively airtight, so the poisonous smog that surrounds the bottom area of the hive isn't present here, mostly.
Yeah.
They have to put on a good face for the sailors coming from the spaceport.
Mm-hmm.
Yep. And the train
fine.
line is underground, it's worth noting. So the ground level is like just above the train line. So it's
Yeah, I
only
see.
a 5 kilometer tall hive, 4.5 kilometers tall.
It's fine. If we do get a poisonous fog leaking in to this area, it technically does not have permission to poison us. Therefore, we can wave a form at it. If we wave that form hard enough, it will go away. That's how gases work.
This sounds like a misuse of official Unitarian paperwork.
I thought it was natural. Oh well. It's just idle chatter on the way to the either the tram lane, elevator, or anywhere that can get us closer to the scene of the crime.
Let's go back to the local map, because that's actually relevant.
Cool. This guy was pretty far out, wasn't he?
I mean, that's kind of the job of missionaries.
still.
He was a missionary.
Oh, right, yeah. You forget these days, it's like, you got people going to different planets, going across the world, but really, it's a whole expedition just get from one side of a hive to another. I
This is
appreciate
true.
that hard work.
Especially down here.
Really, the
Oh,
only
yeah.
reason this area is slightly nicer than the rest of the Underhive is because it's the connection to the spaceports, like enforcers actually hang out here. You might even see the occasional arbitrator.
Well, stay well away from them and wear a mask. Cool.
And a hood.
I have a helmet, don't worry.
So, are you going to make your way to the crime scene then?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Oh, it should be noted though that Joren's hood, unlike in his picture, is actually up, and his head seems oddly bulky, as does the rest of his body.
It's fine. Everyone puts on a little bit of pounds around Christmas time. Sanguinella. Sanguinella. I'm not a heretic.
Doubt.
Yet. Alrighty. I'll be making idle chatter about all the types of birds I know. All.
So you make your way
pigeon.
down a level, and sort of the upper promenade, this lower level, sort of skywalkways between halves, essentially. There's a plaza which has a statue of the Emperor, and then to the side of that plaza, there's a narrow alley which has an enforcer standing in front of it, and crime tape covering its entrance. Generally down here, the air is stale. Water leaks from the water and some sewage leak from the utility line above.
Always smells like rust around the waterworks. Probably because all the pipes are rusty. Nice. Good to know that we're
Okay.
in good hands. Need more iron in my diet anyway.
Joren's gonna walk up to the enforcer and hand over the paperwork that he prepared earlier, which is the official permit for the inspection of back alleyway Bravo 7 of the subhive, as authorized by redacted.
Okay.
The highest level of authority. In theory.
The enforcer sort of looks at it.
It's like the blatantly obvious criminal standing behind him.
Looks at you, looks at it.
Just like slap a little sticker on my chest plate. This is law
There's
officer
definitely
stuff
some
wrong.
consideration going on behind her eyes, but she just sort of shrugs and sort of opens the crime tape for you. Don't disturb any evidence.
No taste testing. Got it.
Refer to paragraph 8 of the aforementioned document.
It's written
She
inside
she
of it.
begins like counting the paragraph numbers because the Administratum clearly doesn't number them.
No, why would they?
Yeah.
That's wasted ink, clearly.
It's like,
Mm-hmm. Well, while she's busy with that, I'm gonna mosey on in. Make myself comfortable. Alrighty. What are we dealing with?
so as you enter into the alley, it takes a couple of turns before you get to the scene of the crime most foul.
Murder.
Murder most foul. The murder most foul because it was perhaps done by crows, and crows would technically be a murder. They would murder foul. Not making sense. Hell, you hit the nail on the head right out the bat.
There were no crows listed on this planet in the last planet-wide survey of surviving wildlife.
That might throw a wrench in the plans. Are pigeons a subsidiary of crow? What if you painted one black? Didn't think about that, did you?
I don't think anyone thought about that.
Is it a permit? Of course, there's a permit for that.
I believe that.
The body of this holy man is so on its back, arms spread apart. There's a cut going from just below his neck all the way down, and his skin has been splayed open. There is blood everywhere. Anyone who isn't jaded, go ahead and make a fear check.
Oh boy!
Fear?
Yes,
Willpower.
willpower.
So, can I use scribe tines to, or an autoquill to sketch what this scene looks like? Like, make it, yeah.
First, try not to shit your breeches.
Yeah,
I
first
don't
try
know
not to.
about
Oh, the jaded. I'm going to say
Illegal
that.
street art.
You can, but it is a perception check. Actually, it would be a trade. It would be a trade intelligence check, I think. Actually, with a bonus for the scribe tines, but you don't have the trade, so it would be just flat.
So just flat intelligence. Okay.
Yeah.
That's it.
The benefit for the
Oh, everyone else
Any-
willpower, right?
yeah, any modifiers to the willpower check or just flat?
Oh, but
Yeah.
definitely.
It would just be flat, I believe.
Would I have any modifiers considering, I was digging in someone's guts yesterday? Blade open body wouldn't exactly be
He is a doctor.
all that
Yeah,
shocking.
you have a +10. It's
Fuck.
it's quite a bad crime scene.
Well, I can't roll today.
No, didn't sign up for this. Let me know when you're done with the sketch. I'll have a gander at that once you're done. I'll just be over here, around the corner.
Alright, so corruption points.
No.
No, you don't get corruption from this. If anything, you get insanity, but you don't get insanity from it because it's not shock fear. It's disturbance.
Well, it's
fear.
if you
Oh, so
roll
it's
on
the,
the table wrong, I think that sanity is
Yeah.
a potential thing if you get it really bad. Luckily, I
So
didn't
what
crit
hap-
fail.
So
Yeah,
what
well,
happens-
it's not a mental trauma. That's the only thing that can kick you into the insanity track. Is mental trauma.
Okay. So what happens? So I feel what happens-
You're
Well,
going
you can
to
join me
have
over here and have a smoke break. If you want.
You're going to
Wait.
have a -10 on all checks as long as you're in the alleyway, and leaving and coming back doesn't help you. But otherwise, nothing.
Okay. What does Obscura do again? I forgot. In the page
Nothing
you-
good.
It's a drug.
Yeah.
I could look up
It's
drug
a-
rules if you want, but
It's a nauseating drug. I don't think it would help. I think it would make your stomach churn.
Yeah, I don't think it would help with this.
Yeah.
Anyway, Bagman will come back with 2 glow sticks stuck up his nose so he can't smell it.
It's like you'd never even seen a dead body before.
I bet you.
Amateurs.
Yeah, so you are able to make a good sketch of the crime scene.
Good dot matrix printer of the.
So,
maybe.
if you want to investigate the crime scene, that would be a investigation check. An inquiry
Well, that's
perception.
That's for people.
Oh, investigation, not interrogation.
Scrutiny?
I just read these rules the other day. I'm like, that makes sense, and now I've forgotten them again. It's the shadow that got
Inquiry
them
is
all.
for people.
Yeah, which
Inquiry is for people. Scrutiny is for things.
Yes, but also no, because scrutiny fellowship exists.
Isn't that for deception?
That
Yeah.
is for deception. Yeah. Okay. Yep. So it would be. Actually, I think there's like a bunch of different skills you can use, basically, for this case. You can use, depending on what you want to do, you can use inquiry intelligence, because that will tell you where to look for clues. Scrutiny will actually scrutiny perception looks for clues. Awareness perception, if anything jumps out at you. And logic intelligence, if you want to figure out what happened.
Can I roll the awareness perception to see if anything jumps out at me, like,
Yes.
what kind of weapon
No, that would not be what kind of weapon. That would be like, hey, someone threw a weapon into. Okay, awareness perception is when you're playing LA Noire. You know how it starts tingling when you near a clue. It's like doo doo doo.
Yeah.
Awareness perception at a crime scene does that. It tells you where the clues are.
So I'll probably go last with logic intelligence then.
Okay.
To see, like, analyze.
So
it.
yeah, Russel, you can go ahead and do awareness perception -10 because the crime scene scares you.
Let me just double check something because I might have investigation bonuses from.
I'm also just assuming, Christy, you're only going to let us roll one of those things.
One at a time, but then if you go around, you can roll another one. Like if you're following up a lead, basically.
Oh, sure. In that case, I should probably start. With,
I don't see shit.
I guess start with awareness, then follow it up with a logic.
Yeah. So from your awareness check, you do notice that under a set of pipes nearby, there appears to be sort of like a satchel bag.
What this satchel bag is, I do not know.
I'm going to be going up and inspecting the body. Would that be a Medicaid check?
That would be a Medicaid check at +20 because you can take your time on this. But you have your -10. You have your -10 still because you failed willpower, didn't you? Yeah.
Yeah. So +10 total.
+10. So yeah, Kleber, Kleber?
He's the keeper elf.
Yeah, Kleber, you notice that, as you are sort of investigating the body, there are quite a few distinct things about this body.
Be right back.
Firstly, the liver, heart, bladder, and it appears there's actually some more cuts you didn't see at first in the neck area, and tonsils are missing, as well as one of the lungs.
Liver, heart, bladder, tonsils,
Yes.
and a lung.
Yes.
And When I was suggesting organ logging the other day, this isn't what I meant.
Suppose it looks like they got pulled out.
Pulled out, ripped out. I've never seen a fucking chainsaw do that before.
It does appear that all of these injuries were given post-mortem. It seems like he had his throat slit initially.
Sorry, what did I still had to step away for something. What did I miss?
Oh, that
Well-
explains why no one reported screaming.
Yep.
So,
So, what's the picture we're looking at here? The guy was pulled down an alleyway, throat slit, torn open, as he was. Then they started just like fucking cherry picking like a goddamn olive on a stick. There goes the liver. There goes. Has he got both his kidneys still? I think so. Lung, heart, tonsils. Do you know what a going rate for tonsils is? Not high. Why the hell would someone steal tonsils? Hell, you pay to get those removed. Rest of it I could understand. I don't know, man. This ain't making a lick of sense to me yet.
Can I see if he was dragged here or if he fell here?
That would be a scrutiny check.
Can I see if there's any like marks on the walls of like the weapon?
I imagine it's gonna be the same one.
So yeah, it appears there's like some disturbed like rubbish and refuse and stuff, some like oil marks and stuff. It appears that he was dragged here, but it appears he might have still been alive when that happened. It's unclear. He definitely wasn't. The blood is just all pooled here. The body was not dragged after he started bleeding.
Okay.
Right after he started bleeding. So they pulled him back, but they didn't scream. Maybe they hit him over the head with something?
Is there signs on him of resisting? Like defensive bruising and things like that?
That would be a Medicaid check, which has already been done, and Kleber did not notice anything of that sort.
Okay.
So they likely got him without him realizing. No screaming, no bruising. Just kind of out like a light.
Is there any way to like check his blood for toxins?
Not a bad idea.
I mean, yes, but
Not without disturbing any evidence. But I don't think she's
With-
looking.
I have a med kit. I don't know if that has anything that would be useful to this.
The medkit would probably have the materials you need to collect the blood. Testing it for stuff would probably require some form of laboratory.
yeah,
And
and therein
not
lies
just the
problem.
standard Medicaid skill. It would probably require a trade skill that would be relevant, either chemistry or like drug producing or something like that.
Do we
Did anything come with that bag under there, or is it just completely useless with that logic roll?
You notice the bag. You have not picked it up or anything.
Well, I did a logic roll to figure out more on it, and I got -4 failures. So
Yeah, well,
Can I
you logically haven't deduced anything about the bag by just seeing the bag.
okay. Then, yeah,
Nice.
I wanted to
Can
I
I
got this.
do I
It's
roll, can
in my name.
I roll something to make sure, like, to see if it looks suspicious? To make sure, just like, does it look like there's a bomb in the bag? It looks like it
That
needs
would
opening.
be that'd probably be a security check.
Would I get any bonuses that from just no right now?
That would be. God, no, won't be security, it would be awareness perception, because this game... Anyways.
Awareness, perception, flat? Or...
It would be awareness intelligence, sorry.
Okay. Awareness for intelligence.
And it would be flat.
Well, then I get -10 from the spooky
From fear,
shit.
yeah.
Yeah. Hey, crit success.
Bomb? Is it a bomb? Can I open it?
I mean, it would be a really weird bombing to just put a bag somewhere near a dead priest in a back alley. Like, if it is a bomb, you have some serious questions about who said it. It also
It's
doesn't
all the
look like
guy's
it's a bomb.
consoles.
Yeah.
Like,
All right.
anything goes.
All right. I just grab I'm like, so
Oh,
I,
no,
just,
no.
I grab Bagman on the shoulder, and I'm like, I kind of give him, like the, it's like, it's all yours, buddy.
Fuck yeah. Alrighty. No zipper, no button, no clasp, no piece of string can hold me back from opening this storage containment cloth. I'm working with it. Somewhat of an
So
expert.
as
I don't
you
know my details.
pull open the bag, inside there appears to be a copy of the Lex Imperialis, a rosary, and a small coin purse.
I think I saw this in a dream once. Whichever one I take up first. I should consult a tarot card before this. Oh well, I'll pick up the Bible first. The Lex Imperialis. Right. I'll hold it in my hands. I have made my choice. I put it back down and take the coin back.
I want to inspect the Lex Imperialis effect and for
Cool.
deviations
Yourself
from the expected standard.
Okay, so
Fine,
you
then.
go. Are you like just checking like the quality of its make, or are you like going through to make sure it doesn't say some dumb shit inside of it?
And then the Emperor grew 7 arms.
What I'd probably do is check for any pages that are clearly not original, and then, as initially at least. So like, see if they added any pages or if any pages were removed.
Well, this doesn't even require a check. As you open it up and begin leafing through it, you find that sort of the center section has been hollowed out. Quite a large hollowed out area. And inside that hollowed out area is a single bottle of Obscura rattling around. The hollowed out space could hold a lot more than that.
My man.
Interesting. I'm gonna make a sketch of this as well.
Okay. Well, I'm going to take a look inside the coin purse. Curious as ever.
Okay.
Poke my finger in. Hopefully nothing bites it.
Yeah, the coin purse just has 23 Orcanian crowns in it.
And I'll put that aside, but the rosary. What exactly is a rosary? Exactly.
Rosary is like I think of beads.
It's like the
that are-
beaded
Oh,
prayer
I see.
thing.
Yeah, it's if you ever see yeah.
Probably like a bunch of prayer beads with an Aquila hanging.
Yeah.
Yeah. I got it. Alright. Interesting that he kept it in his bag, though. Anything off about the weight? I'm just doing a cursory glance over all his stuff.
Yeah, no, it seems to be a pretty standard rosary, made out of some sort of artificial metal, colored to look like gold, but it definitely isn't.
Okay, I'll put it inside the coin purse.
Looking at kind of where the bag was it placed here or dropped here?
That would have been your logic test, which you failed.
Well, it ain't much. That's honest word. No. Look,
It ain't much. No, I'm not very honest. Okay.
We're going to go ahead and, as long as everyone is done at the crime scene, take a break here.
I got some food to go eat. So.
Yeah, I'm gonna pick up my pizza.
Okay.
Uh,
Yep. We'll be back in about. How long do people need?
About 10, 15 at most.
We'll call it 10, and then if it runs over, it runs over.
Alrighty.
So-
See you guys back here.
Yeah, so
eight.
yeah, but yeah. Oh, in current watchers, we'll be back. Yeah, thank you for watching so far. We'll be back in 10 minutes. See you soon.
We are back, and James has a joke for you.
So after a brief discussion with my father about the qualifications that you know what, I'm going to stay away from that. But the qualifications of Jesus as a carpenter. He was supposed to have learned the trade, all that sort of stuff. Never really heard much about the tales of his legendary carpentry. But I did say, oh, well, he did have a big role in carrying a large wooden cross. You know, wood, carpentry, adding nails to wood, technically could be considered. Well, my dad said, well, it wasn't him who put the nails in. It wasn't him who made the cross. I said, but he did have a hand in it. So fucking awful.
This is the
Oh,
level
God.
of humor that we strive for here.
I can feel the gates of hell
Perfection.
open behind me, calling my name. Jesus would be proud. He had a sense of humor, right? Right?
Sure.
Probably.
You know what?
Probably.
I'm just gonna vacate. We're investigating the murder of a priest. Like, I'm in hot
I don't know.
water.
A man who creates apparently infinite wine, I'm sure he has a sense of humor.
Yeah. Alrighty. So,
It's fine. It's
I did step
fine.
out for a very brief second while we were investigating the body. Did we figure out what killed the man? Obviously, a slit across the neck, but I thought we were investigating the weapon. I wasn't quite there for that.
Sure, is there any information as to, like, is the knife still there, or is it gone?
Yeah, a murder weapon.
As
Was
far
it
as
a
you
knife?
can tell, you have not been able to, if the murder weapon was left there, you did not find it.
Yeah,
Was
I
this, like, a
suppose that
knife,
would be
bayonet?
something I should have asked about the slit across the throat. Was it a clean cut or not?
It was not a chain blade, if that's what you're asking. It looks like
Cool.
Yes.
it wasn't super clean. It wasn't like monomolecular or anything.
So
but
kind
if
of
you had
a
to guess-
duller, chipped up blade.
Yeah, some sort
Right.
of
Yeah. Some sort of knife.
knife or
Whoa.
bayonet or something like that.
Alright. Oh, I've got a suggestion. Fellas, hear me out here. Now, I am no scryer, but might it be a good idea to take his other lung? I'm not planning on selling it, but if you compare one to the other, maybe you could figure something out.
I think is what?
Other lung.
Oh,
Comparing and contrasting.
What's the paper look for that?
Don't think about it.
It's not too long. It's
I
only
mean-
about 3 or 4 inches of paper.
Lung acquisition forms. Gotcha.
Other than
I should open a PO box.
taking
Simple there.
dimensions and noting its general health, I don't see much more that.
Well, if we
That would
find the other
accomplish.
one, we can put them together and compare them. That's my own. It's a confirmation thing, you know. Although I don't expect we're gonna find any other lungs just kind of lying about.
If there's
Look, if
a
none of you tell me no,
significant
I'm gonna do it.
deviation,
I'm telling you no.
Yeah, yeah.
yes, if there's
Alright.
a significant deviation, it will be noticeable.
That's one yay, two nay, two nay. I put in a yay.
No, I'm gonna say that's a no for me, Chief. That's not.
I'm informing you no. Paragraph 8 does not include the removal of lungs.
Well,
Does it include the removal of bodily tissue for testing?
medical purpose? He is a doctor.
It depends.
Conditional.
Can I check and see if there's any like as this discussion's going on, like kind of just observe the area? Can I just like see if if there's anyone like around the corner that looks, you know,
Well, he
Yeah,
knows it's
suspicious?
that
still
would
here,
be
right?
an awareness fellowship if you go out of the alleyway and like look around at the people who are going by, see
Yeah.
if any of them are suspicious.
Yeah, or like looking to look like the old suspicious, like they're looking, like you see the trope in every movie. It's like, oh, the guy that's looking, and the cop immediately sees him and like makes eye contact. So anyway, that kind of trope. Awareness, fellowship, flat or no, still -10.
No, because you're
A
out of
little
the
bit.
alley, so flat.
Little bit of a tip for you. If they don't look suspicious, they're suspicious, and they
Sure.
probably are hiding something. Innocence is an illusion after all.
You can't really notice anything out of the ordinary out here. I mean, this is just general sort of hive scum shuffling by. Pretty much as soon as they notice the enforcer, you know, head down, just slog by. Don't draw any attention to themselves. You have a feeling that an enforcer and someone who is pretty clearly a bounty hunter standing next to them isn't doing you any favors.
Well, here's a plan. I'm going to go under the assumption that we are being observed. Because, work with me here. What do you think would... Okay, I got a plan. So, something, I run out of the alleyway screaming my head off, run down an alleyway all by my lonesome, utterly vulnerable, an utter damsel in distress. Then there's the part of the plan which I haven't accounted for, which is something happens. Step, are we on 5 now? You come to my rescue. Take it. I get it. Okay. Well, we'll put one on the chalkboard. I don't know. That work? Why not? I like taking things the direct way. Makes it a bit easier if they come to you. Something like that. What have I...
How many
Other
entryways
than that,
to
that's
this
pretty much
alleyway
the
are
only
there?
strategy.
It appears to be a stub-ended alley, sort of just beyond the body. After another 5 meters or so, there's just a like a maintenance panel. It looks like local power distribution.
Is this like a fuse box cover or like a crawlway entry?
It's like a
CEC.
fuse box.
Okay.
Okay. Well, unless they're an electrical-based being, they didn't go out that way.
Or could be a fake door.
See, I can be a detective.
Secret door, secret door, secret door. Yay!
Well, what do you guys say? Find Bagman? Find Bagman?
Oh god,
No doors in and out of the alley, I presume.
No, since this is sort of on the upper level of this sort of like hive layer, there's not like an open on top either. It's just sort of a dead end thing, not really any windows or anything facing out. There's some like
Utterly-
vents and stuff, but they're pretty much all, that sort of 6-inch across dryer vent sort of.
Inescapable. Gotcha. Oh, better idea. A revision to that plan. I put that bag, or something similar, underneath my arm. I then run, very sketchy-like, as if I have somewhere to be. A revelation. I then run out of the alleyway down into another dead end. The fool has got himself caught. Then I probably turn around and there's no one there, because I'm a little paranoid.
I strongly recommend against a rapid exit of this alleyway with appropriated merchandise in your possession.
As saying the enforcers will follow me.
This is not an unlikely possibility.
That might help, though.
The presence of enforcers are unlikely to act as an encouragement to your own assailant by the assumed attackers.
Fair point. Well, stuff then. Well, why don't we do it as a route? No, forget. I hate this plan already. You soiled it. It was going to be brilliant, but oh well.
you didn't even cut my pizza.
Wait, they didn't cut your piece?
Just a note on the underside of the lid. Consume it all.
Create the pizza burrito. Just roll it up. Who needs cutting?
Sorry, distraction there.
Attack and shot.
So did he fall face down? Okay. Is there a way to tell if he was being chased down this alleyway or if he being pushed down?
His feet point towards the entrance of the alleyway.
So he might have been dragged, although he didn't get stabbed outside, so maybe he got dragged in, and then probably by like a coat or around his. Maybe they gagged him. I don't know.
Blades could the blades have come from within?
What?
What?
As in think alien.
Which is easier to
No.
talk about.
Could the blades have come within?
No?
His own internal organs get so fucking sick and tired of this bastard that they unionized and cut their way out. Marched off on their own little legs.
That's why you need to get your tonsils removed.
I know, fucking vicious bastards. They'll try and kill you. They control what goes in and out. The mafia. In
You can
space.
cut my fucking pizza. That's
Depending on the source of this pizza, that may be eligible for a reorder / free pizza. Let's see. Depending on the paperwork you fill out, of course.
Literally.
I'm tempted to go to the precinct house for the enforcers and inquire as to current obscural smuggling. Obscura? Curious
That
smuggling.
might net some successes, but you could also do the blood work there, maybe. I imagine they have a forensics guy.
Yeah. I think that's a good idea.
Alright, well, get your printer rolling. You got some forms of fabricate. Stamp, officialize. Yes.
And sounds like I've got some blood to draw.
Yeah.
Drawing the blood will
On y va.
be trivial to do, so you're just able to do it. Since you've already made a successful Medicaid check on this body. So yes, are you leaving the alley now for the precinct
Can you-
house?
You get 2 samples of blood, one from the guy and one from the ground around him.
Oh, well, it's been 2 days now, right?
Yeah, is it still
Oh,
wet?
yeah.
Yeah, it's not wet.
Do you have
Yeah,
a
this
knife?
guy's probably in rigor mortis, isn't he?
Yes.
Do you have a knife?
Definitely.
Yeah. Do you have a
Actually, I
knife
think
you
he
can,
might be
cut off-
beyond rigor mortis, because you go into rigor mortis and you go out of it.
Oh, cool. He's soft again and supple.
So,
Do I need to grab my chain scalpel?
Can you take a sample of the floor, like take a little knife and just take a small swatch of floor?
Maybe that can work. Does that work?
Worth a
You can
shot.
take the blood with
Swab.
you if you so wish, yeah.
Alright. Oh,
Floor
floor blood and body blood.
Together at last.
When you reunite him, he might grow again. A new one. A clone.
Listen, if this guy ends up resurrecting, we got some problems.
Oh yeah. Yeah. Rising from the dead tends
Kind of
to
our
be a
job
bit of
to-
a hiccup.
Just silver, just you look at him. Is there like silver skin? No, just kidding.
okay.
I mean, you did say he was flayed.
Time to go to my favorite place in the whole world. Law Enforcement HQ. Oh, precinct, sub HQ, something like that. The place where they'd like to put me, and the place I don't like to be.
Eloquently put.
Not at all. They might take a little bit of an issue with me. Just a little bit of an FYI.
Yeah.
What did you do this time? I mean, what did you do? Do I remember what was on the reason why I had to hunt down Bagman on his bounty card?
Attempted murder.
Yeah, sedition, attempted murder, avoiding arrest, escaping prison.
Resisting arrest.
Only attempted murder? I'm surprised.
That's sort of the one that they Look, when you actually succeed at murder, and I mean succeed at murder, it doesn't go on your record.
There's also only certain people they will care about attempted murder for.
Okay. I'm just trying to think about how I'm going to phrase this request.
You installed Grammarly.
Not into my brain, unfortunately.
Okay. Oh, we can make our way up there while you think about it.
Yeah.
I guess to the elevator shaft then.
So, you make your way up to the Enforcer Precinct House. As is often the case in such places, it is crowded, and enforcers are dragging people around, screaming and shouting about their innocence.
Temporary holding cell rumble zone.
Yeah, pretty much. Very... it's not quite Judge Dredd, because, these are enforcers, not arbitrators. But it's sort of like between RoboCop and Judge Dredd, as far as, the aesthetic of the precinct house. Yelling and screaming, it's just very crowded, enforcers everywhere. Exactly the place that Bagman would feel the most uncomfortable.
My rights feel rightly violated and non-existent.
What rights?
Exactly.
Perfect.
Define violation.
I'm gonna find the line for the
Anything's
desk.
legal.
The public facing desk. Whatever that word is.
It's a relatively short line, actually.
Generally, people
There's a
don't
very
walk in
clear
here
sign.
willingly.
Wasting enforcer time is an offense.
Perfect. I'm
Luckily
standing in
for
line.
me, that's my specialty. I'm also the reason they get paid, so yeah, give or take.
So, the line doesn't take that long to get through, only about 30 minutes.
Mhm.
And once you're at next,
Step up.
what paperwork did we forget this time?
This time I am merely wishing to submit this paperwork for approval for fulfillment at this precinct. I'm going to hand over a form that's the request to access. Actually, it's two forms. So the first one is request to access blood testing facilities, and the second one is a request access for information on current information on the obscura smuggling networks currently suspected to be active within this precinct.
Okay, he takes the first one with the lab request. He pulls out another form and hands it to you. Take it to the laboratory next level down. Looks at the information request. I'll have this ready for you on your way out.
Much appreciated. I'm just gonna take a quick glance at a stack of paper behind him, narrow my eyes slightly, and then turn to walk away.
Bagman made some modifications to his helmet. They'll be present shortly. Just, a little bit of a touch up for when you're, in an enforcer holdout. There we go. It should do it nice. Oh,
It's tiny.
I know.
Yeah.
Ignore
So
me.
let's head down to the blood works there.
Yeah.
The
You
lab.
go to the elevator, get in, and head down to a level listed as laboratory. Well, it won't be laboratory, it'll be laboratorium. Thanks, 40K.
Yeah.
As you get out, there's sort of an enforcer guard sitting in a chair who just sort of looks up at you, gives a little scowl, and then goes back to just sort of staring at the wall in front of him. At the end of this hallway, there's sort of a small window that says evidence drop off above it.
Are there any doors?
There's a handful of doors. None of them are labeled.
Enforcer.
What?
We request. Which door is the laboratorium? The Bloodworks laboratorium specifically.
It's in the morgue. It's third door on the left.
Of Imperator.
Good evening, officer.
I'm going to go ahead and share Bagman's face for everyone to see.
Foolproof. I can't see a thing. Please hold my hand.
That's quite an impressive thumbtack straight into your forehead.
Yeah. Unitorum, great.
Well, what if it's one of those magnetic ones and it's just stuck to the flat plate?
The protovisor, it does nothing. Alright.
so, you make your way into the morgue, and there's a technomat scribe, essentially someone who does such evidence processing of bodies. Not quite a Medicaid, but with some medical knowledge. Working
He
away.
does what? He does. He does what? He takes care of the people after the Medicaid is dealt with them.
Yeah, actually, you anyone who has common lore arcana.
The Hive Life one, or
Yeah, the Hive Life.
yeah.
Mm-hmm.
You would know that he is bearing a sigil of the Overtakers Guild, which is a guild who help prepare bodies either for transport off-world to become fertilizer, or to become corpse storage, or for the very rich, prepare them to go to the local cemetery world.
Do anything with organ harvesting?
What was that?
They do anything with organ harvesting or the like?
They are very much against organ harvesting, besides of bionics and cybernetics, which they harvest to put back into circulation.
Okay, so they don't take organs for transplants.
No.
Is there any,
They think it disturbs the sanctity of the human form, which the Emperor made in perfection.
Are there any partial like because this is where Bagman and the doc is, right?
Yeah.
Because that's where I'm at. Because
Yeah,
I
you
did not
went
go.
with them. Yeah.
Oh yeah, I did not go with Paperback. Anyway, as I was saying, are there any like on the tables like broken arms or broken pieces, like broken to the point where like I can you can kit bash.
No,
from a
this
couple of
is
them?
this is not like an Overtaker's Guild house. They're just a member of the guild. This is still the morgue.
Oh, okay.
Maybe they got a drawer somewhere with some stuff, but that's waiting to be picked up.
What are you here for? None of you appear to be dead.
We have filed the appropriate forms to requisition two blood tests to be completed.
I see. He sort of sets down the scalpel he was using to casually cut away at what appears to be the corpse of some ganger, and sort of waddles over to you. He has very thick glasses. Forms.
I'll hand them over.
Now, when you hand them over, when you like hand over or work on stuff, is it like a dot matrix printer where like you load them up into your arm, or into your thing, and it just fills it out faster, or is
It's like a dot matrix printer, except it has a quill that dips into an inkwell he carries around on his hand.
Okay.
And that's when when I'm handing over documents that are already created, it's not necessary.
Yeah.
But if I'm creating new documents, then yeah, it's like that.
He shuffles through them. All appears to be in order here, besides the proper fiscal lubricant owed to the Overtakers Guild for extra work.
This work is covered by the agreement to process all requests required by the enforcers.
Joren, go ahead and roll a commerce check. Commerce
bonuses?
fellowship.
Bonuses?
No.
I don't know yet.
Okay.
You can clearly see in Section 7.
Perhaps. Samples?
I'm gonna look.
Pull those out and hand them over.
While this is going on, I'm taking a look at the dead fellow. Just
You'll
see
have
if
the
I
results in
recognize
5 days.
I believe if you
Look.
note to the top paragraph, these were listed as to be expedited.
Expedited is 5 days.
Mm.
Is there any extra expediting that can go on top of the expediting?
As
in,
I
like,
said, you can lubricate the functions of the Overtakers Guild using fiscal lubricant.
fiscal. So that means not oil, which means... Hold on, I'm almost there. It means... And I'm like looking at him, it means...
He rubs two fingers together to indicate money.
Which would amount to really straining all 5 of my brain cells here.
10 crowns.
Is that a negotiable price?
Requiring
Hey,
payment to
Griffin,
be
Griffin, you have that big bag. You have that big bag of coins.
I know, I don't want to give him many though.
That's like Griffin does.
Look, man,
The Emperor
you've got...
will remember your reluctance to do your due diligence in his.
Well, he's got a mind like a steel trap.
Every
Really
form that
write
comes
everything
down here is expedited.
Of course it is. But look, no one needs to know about this, and this ain't blackmail. I'm not that kind of guy. I'm really not. Look, I'm standing
They
in the
need to
middle of a
make-
goddamn Enforcers Guild with a thing on my face. But do you really need 10? Kind of guy, some slacky. I'm just trying to get my job done.
Go ahead and
Roll a
roll.
skill I don't have.
It would be commerce. Yeah, commerce fellowship.
Alrighty. So at minus 20, right? Because I don't have the skill.
Yes, yeah. I believe.
Well, you just roll it; it'll do the minus.
Yeah,
20,
it'll do it automatically.
Oh, commerce is like an... Oh, I see it, yeah. Fellowship, commerce, rolling. Let's hope I get higher than a 3. No. Or lower. I did get higher than a 3. Haha, mission success.
Either give me the proper honorage or get out of my way.
I'll take a peek from underneath the note. Oh, fuck, this guy's serious. Alrighty, alrighty.
Griffin,
back.
don't you have that? Or did, I look like I draw my eyes to the. Do you have the pouch on your waist? Or
I'll give him 10
No.
of the 23 coins.
I'm talking
That
about-
wasn't that hard, was it? You'll get your results by the end of the day.
I'll probably be feeling it tomorrow. Alrighty. Thank you very much. Oh yeah, I was also going to take a look over the guy who was laying on the table. He was cutting through, just in case it was anyone specific. I do have knowledge underworld. I don't think that's a surprise.
Go ahead and roll knowledge underworld.
Intelligence or fellowship.
It would be intelligence in this case.
Okay. Cool. That's even lower. Seven!
You don't recognize this person in specific, but based on the equipment on the table next to him and some of the tattoos, you believe that this is a member of the gang known as the Emperor's Forgotten. They're sort of a very zealous, religiously backed gang that is, well, no one quite knows what they're trying to do, but no one really likes them because they're very religious, and some say that what they're trying to do is eradicate all vice in the Hive City.
Yeah, I had a habit of meeting these guys. Not pleasant fellows. They like to scream a lot. Anyway, we won't be talking anymore. Why did I just give exposition about it? Anyway, yeah, we're out of here.
I'm also gonna if we're gonna leave for the day, but we're also gonna stop by the desk again. So we'll wait in line.
Yep, you wait in line for another 30 minutes.
During that time, I'm going to fill out as much of the form for the request of information on the last week's worth of autopsies.
Interesting. Okay. You're able to fill it out pretty quickly because you have scribe tines. So, yeah. You get to the desk and he's, you're back. Here's what you requested. As you know those like thick they're like file folders, but they like wrap around so that they stay shut.
Yeah.
He hands you one of those. It's heavy.
Much appreciated.
I mean, how thick we talking? 1 inch, 2 inch?
Like
Thick.
like 5 inches.
Perfect.
Cool. He's got enough paper on him to basically start a lumberyard at this point, so I don't think it'll make a huge difference.
That's assuming these are made out of wood.
Skin.
Yeah, they come out of this. Well, I don't know. Yeah, I'm gonna hand over the other form as well.
Congratulations, your reward for getting this to me quickly is more paperwork.
We'll have it by the end of the day.
Much appreciated. Your diligence for the fulfillment of requisite forms is noted.
Well, that raises a question. What now? Guy downstairs is helping us out. Guy up here is helping us out. In the crime scene.
George's plan is to go back to his office and read this entire document.
Fair enough. I mean, I could go back to the bar. Plenty of people here listening, keeping their ear to the ground on these sorts of things. So, could do a little bit of asking around, see, hey, has anyone been stabbing people through the neck recently? Generally, they keep tabs on those kinds of fellas. Sometimes I work with them.
I'm going to
Informally.
be carefully following watching what this guy's doing. James's character. Sorry. I'll be following with James's character, helping him investigate, helping him chat with people.
Alright. Of course, we could always go and investigate the house that he came from.
Yeah.
Good.
Can you read and walk? I can read and walk. I can't
I
read,
meant-
but I can walk.
I just kind of want to be able to go there with more information than just, hey, he died. You know anything about that? Hence why
Do they know he's dead?
I would assume so.
Yeah, I don't know. Maybe not.
Yeah, we don't want to be in. Yeah, we have to. That might be in the paperwork if next of kin has been notified.
Oh, yeah, but you know how quickly they move. Fast as their legs can carry them. Haha. Well, we could just go up there and be like, what was his mission? What was he saying? Was he popular around here? Would anyone in particular want to stab him in the neck for no reason? Who knows?
Yeah.
Guy may have had enemies.
Alright, fair enough.
Yeah, I wouldn't put it past the different houses of the same sects, or how this might just be a religious scuffle. We've all been legging at it.
Religious scuffles, statistically, religious scuffles are more likely to end in immolation than dissection.
I'm sorry. Yes, I should rephrase. It's a theological debate.
Yes,
Go.
theological debates are more likely to, result in immolation rather than dissection.
Fair enough. I don't know about you guys, but I'd rather not say hello once again to the many denizens of the underworld after having walked out without being arrested from an enforcer precinct house. It is generally not a good look for me. So, how about we go up? North, up, Alright, cool. Off on my way to the elevator.
So you make your way out of the precinct house and up to the upper layers of this very low outcropping of the hive. Some people say it's its own hive spire. It is technically freestanding. It probably isn't a hive spire.
No. It is that because I don't know who manages this thing, but they really want that title. I manage a hive spire. It's like, no, you don't.
At best, a minaret.
You're basically managing the fucking welcome mat.
Yeah. So on this upper layer, there's the quite ornate entrance to this monastic house, with beautiful arches, Gothic in nature, and statues of the Emperor and many priests, saints, and that sort of thing. Out front, there's the hustle and bustle of monks, priests, and the occasional charity case going in and out of the house.
So did we have a name for the guy that we're looking after? I didn't write it down.
Yeah, Brother Biaka?
Yes.
Bianca? Yes, that's what it was. Bianca. Got it. Alrighty. I normally don't come up here. Russell, are you particularly zealous? Ever visited before? That was a dumb question. Well, I don't know, man. How are we gonna phrase this to them? Oh, I'm sorry, we heard this person might be in trouble. Do they need help? And they're like, he's dead. I'm like, how many beans am I gonna spill? Or we could just take a peek in the file for a little bit of, if they've been notified already. Next of kin, that sort of stuff. Has been 2 days.
More like 8 days.
8 days? Oh.
This is day 2 after he died.
Yes.
Ah, gotcha. Well... Find the thing in that little notebook of yours? The thing at all about the, I'm assuming that's his death report, right? I'm not being stupid.
I zoned out a little bit. Yeah, no, the folder is the reports on obscural trafficking in the area.
Oh, well, never mind.
Obscural what?
Trafficking, I think is what I asked for, or smuggling, something like that.
Yeah. Well, I know Obscura wouldn't kill a guy, so
Yeah.
material for later, perhaps.
No, but men would kill for obscura.
Wasn't the Obscura left behind?
One
It
vial in
was.
a much larger compartment, which may.
How many more bottles could it potentially hold?
Not sure.
You'd estimate that would be able to hold around 20 vials in the hollowed out space.
Oh, interesting.
As you're talking about this, I just hide my two vials that I have just from character creation.
You hide the 2 files that we didn't know but now do. Got it. I am absolutely unaware of those things you just pointed out.
This is out of character, by the way. I'm just like, I put him, but in character, it's like I put him deeper. Like I'm not saying this, but it's like my actions are like I put him in. Just after seeing that, it's just like, oh, maybe I shouldn't have these because like I have these completely legally, but
Right,
you know.
because I'm going to be the one to arrest you and drag you in cuffs.
Yeah, obscura is debatably legal. Depends where you are.
Yeah,
how the okay. Anyway, I got a character creation for some reason.
Mm-hmm. Oh, the guy had Obscura, used a lot of Obscura. Why did he have Obscura? Why did he have Obscura? He was a priest. Why did he cut open his Bible? Hold on a second, these are questions I should have asked a long time ago.
Did we know for sure that he got the Oh, sorry, I took my earbuds out for a second.
So
Okay.
let's see if we can figure out.
Maybe go to his room at the monastery.
Or we could drop by the library and look over the smuggling blah 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 book.
Yeah, no, we're here. So let's think of basically trying to figure out if this is actually his Bible or if this is just a Bible that was found on the scene that he had with him. Lex Imperialis, sorry.
Yeah, like did he grab the wrong? Did somebody grab the wrong? Did he grab the wrong Bible at the inn?
Or did he have? Is this a new one and his personal one was somewhere else, or this is like one that he always had and that he has for some reason defaced? Were these his prayer beads, or was this possibly evidence of someone else being there? That kind of information.
Let's see. Is his name written on the back of them? If found, please return to. Anything on the prayer beads at all?
No.
Shit.
Did he
Is
like
there a
family
name
crest?
written in the first page of the Bible? The Lex Imperialis.
No, there is not.
Stumped again. Well, we can always search his room. If there's one in there, then it's probably not his. And maybe there's 12 in his room. I don't know.
We should try and find someone familiar with him to discuss it with.
Okay. Some friends, acquaintances. I think this is where you would make an inquiry.
I suspect yes.
Yeah, I mean, there's fucking thousands and thousands of people swarming about here. But we might get just lucky. Does anyone know how to ask random strangers for things without using the chainsword? I sure as shit don't.
Kind of. Ish. Not really.
You have the inquiry skill.
How I know?
Chainsaw method. Oh, we can just try and be friendly. There's no harm in that, right?
Okay, apply boot to front door. Begin yelling.
Gotcha. Okay, well, I'm going to try and make an inquiry then. Asking about, I guess, random people? Or anyone who looks like they might know. I'm like, so there was a
Someone
priest.
grab
He
them.
went by the
You!
name of blah, blah, blah.
Do you know Brother Biaka?
It's like, hey, fella, you know Brother
Like,
Biaka.
hey,
Do
you
you know
know-
anyone who knows Brother Biaka? It was anyone and everyone.
So, does anyone have the inquiry skill?
I don't.
Just going to...
I do. I have inquiry fellowship.
Thank fuck.
Oh. We would try. Okay, whatever.
Inquiry, or is it fellowship, or is it?
this would be fellowship.
Okay, inquiry fellowship. Any modifiers?
Plus 20.
Arr!
That's not how you make friends. You make them like this. Arrgh!
These people are not paperwork. This is unknown territory.
So you approach a priest and it's like, are you here for the free food? The soup kitchen closes soon. He says this sort of looking directly at Bagman.
Oh, fuck it, I'm well fed. Sometimes. No, we're not. We are here to see someone. Yes. We are.
Who are you here to see?
Russell, what was his name again?
Bagman. Biagin? No, Biagin.
Bianca?
Yeah.
Biankin. It started with a B, I swear. My name starts with a B.
Bianca.
Whoa.
Yeah, Bianca. Yeah, wait, Bianca?
Bianca.
A
Yeah,
brother
Bianca.
Bianca?
Bianca.
Yeah, sounds right.
Russell, please help. I'm not good at this.
Do you know him?
Yeah.
I know him inside and out. That sounds wrong. Hold on a second. I know him well, yes.
I will.
I point to the doc and say, this guy knows him deeper than anybody else.
Sounds bad.
Come with me and wait in our great hall.
Wait for what?
I will find an elder of our order for you to talk with.
Yes, this is acceptable.
So he takes you into the building, and you head into a sort of a large room, with some sort of tables on the sides, but not much ornamentation in it besides the Gothic arches themselves. Please wait here. And he gives a little bow and then goes off through a side door.
We're probably not going to see that guy again. I don't think he likes me.
How long are you willing to wait?
I mean, Joren's got a giant document to read, so he's happy for a while.
Yeah.
As we're just sitting there, Russell's just gonna pull out the obscure. Just kidding.
You want to see how many knives I can juggle?
just crack. Russell just nope.
Juggling chainsaws as they're active.
No, I'm not that crazy. It's just sharp blades, pieces of pointed metal. I also want to see if I can actually juggle these things. Just something idle to do.
I'm going to, while I'm just sitting in the Great Hall, I'm gonna just do like some looking around, like see if there's like anything in the rafters or in the hallways above. Just looking to see, just checking my surroundings out, keeping an eye out for any sort of ambushy type things.
You are in a monastery. I look out for an ambush from above.
Well, I'm thinking monastery. I'm thinking of when I say monastery, my mind behind observing this is from my experience with the Warhammer 40k Battle Sister VR game, and those ones they have in the monastery you're in, at least for like mission 2, there is some like second level stuff looking over.
There are second level things, however, ambush. Anyways,
okay. Right,
after about 15 minutes, another priest comes on out.
So it's the no in the ambush. Okay.
Well, we're not dead yet, so I don't think we're being ambushed.
I am Brother Tybalt. I hear you are asking about Brother Bayaka.
Yes.
Well, approximately, yes. We are asking about approximately that person.
May I ask how you know him?
Well, we were just first off being rather concerned. Is he doing all right? I'm not answering his question.
Why would he not be all right?
That's a very good question.
He has the Emperor's light to guide him. The light of the Emperor's devotion.
He has unfiled paperwork?
Yes.
Probably? Yes,
Unfiled
yes, it
paperwork.
definitely does, probably.
Mm-hmm. Sadly, it happens every now and again. We understand. We were just hoping to inspect his personal quarters due to his unfiled paperwork.
And maybe he left it. He left it.
If he left it on his desk,
yeah.
we would be more than happy to collect it.
Oh, I knew that he needed to file his vow to disavow imperial bureaucracy besides that of the church. Are you sure he hasn't filed it? This will be a deceive check.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yes, he very
yes.
much has. been
Deceived
missing
it from
this
who?
single-
Bonuses?
I'm going to... Okay.
I do have the skill.
Bagman, you roll the
No.
deceive check first. You'll give bonuses to Joren, but he has to lead it since he's from the Administratum.
Okay.
Do I not help with this, or is it just because this feels...
Oh my god!
Yes. Very unfortunate.
So,
Just need a mere signature.
yeah, you can go ahead and, you don't even need to bother rolling Joren. He's like, oh, I see. I will guide you to his quarters, if you would follow me.
Thank you so much, Father. We hate to get in the way of your prayers.
We have also... There's also been some lost property delivered to our Administratum office, and we figured we'd tackle two birds with one stone. Do you happen to know the owner of these prayer breeds, these rosarias?
I'll hold this out. It's a
Those appear to be Brother Bayaka's, in fact.
Well, we'll be sure to give them to him when we see him.
Yes.
Equally delivered at the same time was this Lex Imperialis.
May I see it? He reaches out a hand.
Unfortunately, until we can ascertain its proper owner, it must maintain within the possession of the Administratum.
I see.
Oh, if I get a second, I'm gonna whisper into the ear of Joren. Look, try not to arouse any suspicion. It's already strange that we are a heavily armored bag of misfits. Let's hope he doesn't ask any more questions.
Yes, yes. I think that we will need to get the key to Brother Bayaka's room from the head of my order. We will stop by his office along the way.
Cool. Nice. Glad to meet you, fellas.
Confessor Brunt is a great man.
Uh-oh.
Confess?
Confessors are usually armed, heavily. This'll be fun.
They're a little bit more than armed.
He led the purge of the non-believers in the Underhive, 20 years ago, I think it was.
Yeah, this will be great. This will be a great meeting.
Yeah, confessors. Pretty
What,
neat dudes.
I wonder if
I've
they
seen
can-
him set people on fire with.
What do you?
stare.
Yeah, if you don't mind me asking, what did he? What marvelous weapon of the Emperor is he known for using?
Well, I've seen confessors use swords. Seen them use guns.
Why,
I've
of
seen them
course,
shout people into jelly.
he uses glorious flamers.
And those.
Plural?
Yes, yes.
Hand flamers?
Stop! Did you not write up an acquisition form?
Well, I think that he has used all forms of flamer in his time. Anyways, let us get going. It is quite a long voyage. I begin sort of casually strolling past you towards a set of double doors.
Voyage. He's a shit. Anyway, on a scale of Underhive to the Golden Gates to the Emperor, how regal are these doors?
Slightly below a standard Hive cathedral.
Okay.
So
What
nice,
was?
but not nice. Nice,
Okay.
very nice for this part of the hive.
Yes. Important fellow. Big doors. Got it. Professor. Very important. Don't let him turn you into jelly. He can shout that at you.
So you go through the set of double doors and down another long hallway until you come to sort of a T-junction with a set of doors at the end. This is the Confessor's quarters. Let me enter and ask if he is available. Please remain here and do not disturb the other monks.
Are there monks around here? I'll look around.
You notice there's a couple who strolled by while you're walking. He opens the doors and closes them behind him.
Okay. Well, day 1, I met an interrogator. Day 2, I'm meeting a confessor. Very eventful week. By the end of this, I'm going to be praying to the knees of the goddamn emperor.
Pray that you won't be praying at them.
I'll likely be disintegrated in an instant. Yes, I understand.
After a few minutes, he comes back out. The confessor has understood your concern and has given me the key to unlock Brother Bayaka's door.
There's a significant sigh of relief from Bagman.
If you would follow me, he begins taking you down the various snaking passages of the monastery. Left, then right, then up a flight of stairs, then left, then right, then down this hallway, then down another flight of stairs.
Oh god, I'm lost. I'm getting nauseous. Try and break the ice a little and ask him. So, I know he was a priest and all that, but was he a particularly influential individual around here?
Brother
Kind of guy
Bayaka?
that, yeah, people.
Why are
kind that
you
people look
referring
up
to him in the past tense?
I met him in the past. That's why I was sorry, yeah. It's you know, career's still climbing. I understand.
Well,
Gotta get them prayers in. Yeah.
he was recently transferred here from the Father House.
Other house. Right.
Yes, our main monastery in the Hive, the Temple of the Light of the Emperor's Devotion.
Ah, big old place right up there. The air's clear.
Yes, I believe he thought it was his sacred duty to bring word of the Emperor to those down here, as it is all of us.
Oh, he volunteered. Noble fellow.
Yes.
I'll give him a pat on the back. I didn't know that before. But yeah, good stuff. Cool. How many? Are we walking by like door,
Yeah,
door, or is
pretty
it
much.
more spaced out? Okay, humble quarters.
I believe this is them. We're coming up to them now, just around this corner.
Nice.
And as you round the corner, you see a humble wooden door, like the other ones you have passed, that has been broken off its hinges.
Oh,
I say, this is not good!
so we don't need a key. Right.
Was there
Wow, how peculiar!
any door that we passed through? Is this just like completely open to anyone who would be willing to walk through?
There's the doors, like, from, like, the entrance area, but other than that, like, once you got past the Great Hole, there hasn't been any doors.
What
So-
kind of nefarious fellow could have possibly done this?
Okay, quick lore question.
Yes.
So, the technical order militant of the Munitorum is at the Adeptus Sororitas.
Yeah, there's
But-
also Futurus Militarum. Futurus Militum.
But basically, I'm wondering, do they not just have like guys with some las guns outside the temple sometimes?
Normally they just have armed priests.
Yeah, which is most of them.
Okay, I'm basically wondering who provides the day-to-day security on some random ass chapter house in the middle of a hive.
The
Who's
priests.
coming to kill us when they
Priest, okay.
realize that we're not supposed to be there? Anyway,
The priest you're
Enjoy.
talking to right now has both a chainsword and an auto pistol, visibly
Right.
worn.
Right, yeah, the priest. Right, yep. Definitely no men at arms here. Nope.
gosh, what a crime scene. This surely shouldn't have happened.
Yes, this is quite concerning. I must go tell the confessor.
Please do. We will
Yes,
make
you
sure
should
that
do that
no one
immediately.
comes back and
Yes, post haste.
averages this area out at all any more than they already have.
Yes.
Yes, post haste.
And he sort of begins waddling off.
I'll begin.
All right, let's go
stroking
take a look at this.
myself. Yeah. Okay. What the fuck happened to this door?
It appears that it was attacked by something. It's been hacked at.
I'll examine my chainsword. I'll examine the door. Is this a chainsword attack? Or is this a nondescript knife?
Scrutiny at +30.
Haha! I have cut through wooden doors before. Perception. Yes, probably.
Yes. This was a chainsword.
Is there any burn marks?
So the
No.
potential culprits are Anonymous, the priest, me. Got it.
Most anyone in the hive.
Yeah, pretty much.
Yeah.
Chain swords are not the rarest of items.
They cut through the door. I imagine they didn't, burn it as well. Although there might be evidence of burning inside.
Yeah, they did not burn the door.
What is the room just tossed inside, or is it?
Yes, the room has been thoroughly tossed. The bed's turned over. It looks like there's a desk here that's been flipped over. Yeah.
Well. Oh, quickly. Do you happen to have a form that would be something like the one that we were asking for that we could leave in here?
Well,
Just as a
I
little
think
bit of
that
an
most
alibi.
likely it was stolen when they tossed the room.
What, the one about that we were asking for?
Yes, obviously. That's why they
Ah.
tossed the room. What else? What else could possibly be of value other than paperwork?
Look, I understand, but whoever did this stole their organs.
Shitload of obscura.
Yeah,
I'm
this
sure
will-
they were after the paperwork. There's nothing else that makes sense.
Oh my god, man! Please. Oh, okay, whatever.
Clearly, you've never had obscura then.
It's nothing compared to ink and parchment.
Is this when we learned that Russell Stark's? We find out who Russell Stark's dealer is.
Just condense it, distill the paperwork down. Anyway, we have a room to search. Now, if I were a priest who had a humble accommodation and a potential obscure addiction, did he have the addiction?
Hopefully the blood test will show that.
Anyway, look, there's no two ways about it. We can look for something specific, or we can just do a general search of the room. Something bad happened here. Someone cut their way in, and that ticked would cut their way in, and someone who had murdered a guy, so never mind. And steal their organ. Fucking hell, what the hell's going on? Anyway, I'm gonna take a look around the room. Examining details, seeing if there appears to be anything particular that has been removed, like a shelf that had been tossed sideways and had something on it, which it now doesn't.
Be back in a minute.
Look for something
Yeah,
else.
you can go ahead and do that with the same scrutiny check. So,
Okay.
looking
Even with the plus
around, the same result.
Oh, okay, sure.
It's a good result. looking around, you find there's like a shattered inkwell and stuff on the floor, but there doesn't seem to be anything that anyone would be able to write into. There's no parchments, there's no journal, nothing
Shit,
like
they
that.
really came for the paperwork. And the books. No Lex Imperialis.
Yeah, no Lex Imperialis in here.
Is there a spot where Lex Imperialis would have been?
I mean, nothing obvious where it would have been. There's not like a lectern in here or anything.
It's
Or
not
like,
like
is there like
yeah,
a dust?
if it was on a table, it would have had dust around it. But no, this is a priest. They're Lex Imperialis. If you have dust on your Lex Imperialis as a priest, that's fucking go to jail.
You do notice that it appears that this area had been recently turned over.
Are we talking minutes, hours, days?
Definitely under days, like within the last 24 hours for sure.
Yeah, the ink is still fresh.
Yeah, the ink is still, like, it isn't even tacky. It's completely wet.
Anyone could have hacked their way in here, but they did need a key from the confessor. We didn't find a key in his did we find a key in his belongings?
No, you did not.
Did I hear the words ink?
Yes, there was. Well, it's on the ground now. Sorry to tell you, but it's fresh.
Oh.
Someone broke in here today.
Yeah.
Oh,
There's
or last
no
night.
paperwork anywhere.
At all. There is no paper. There is no journals. There is no books. There is no Lex Imperialis. There is no records. Nothing. They came in here and sacked it for every ounce of wordage. No handwritten notes. Bed sheets turned over. Everything gone. Door caved in by a chainsword of all the weapons. My head is spinning. So they came in here and stole paperwork. He is low on Obscura. He didn't have his key with him, but the confessor did.
Does
Well, I
this
would
door have a
imagine they'd
lock?
have a spare.
Is this a locked door? I imagine this is the locked door.
The door does have a lock, but as you examine it, you note that it was in fact not locked.
Okay, interesting.
Unless they hacked their way in and then opened it from the in. I don't know, man.
Or they just didn't check.
And it seems that the lock has not been used in quite a long time.
They didn't check.
They didn't check. They didn't check. Wait, has the door handle been used recently?
Yeah, it seems like the door handle has been used frequently. It's like a brass door handle that's well,
Okay.
like, well varnished from usage, basically.
Are there other rooms in this hallway, or is it alone?
Yeah, this is sort of like the corner room of this hallway. But the hallway goes on a little bit, and there's more doors on either side.
I'm gonna start just like knocking on the doors next door down, the next door down.
Yeah, the next door, there's no response when you knock on it.
The rest of you search for like hidden compartments inside his room.
Wait, hold on a second. Yeah, well, I'm gonna do that anyway, but... Is this made to look like snatch and grab or something like that? Why else would they try and bust their way in here without even fucking checking the door unless they wanted to deceive anyone doing an investigation? Or being stupid? Okay, so... Are they stupid? Or are they trying to mess with us? I don't fucking know. I don't know who they are, but I'm getting fucking suspicious.
As you get to the next door you're in, and knock on it, someone opens it up a smidgen. Who is there?
Administratum investigation team.
The door opens the rest of the way, and you see a relatively young monk, just in brown robes, not in the white robes of a priest.
It is requested to know your whereabouts for the last 24 hours and how far you've been from your room within the last 24 hours.
I go to the library, I go to the dining hall, I go back in the Emperor's name.
Have you heard anything from... when was the last time you left your room?
2 hours ago. I returned.
Did you notice anything out of the ordinary from any of the other rooms on your hallway when you returned?
His eyes are sort of wide, and he sort of looks down the hallway towards Brother Bayaka's room. And he sort of licks his lips. I noticed nothing.
When did you hear them destroy the door?
As you're asking this, the priest that you were with before, as well as a new figure come around the corner.
I note this, but continue. Oh boy. Continue my interrogation of this guy.
I think it was about an hour ago. I assumed it was the training yard, though. My room backs up on the training yard for the priests.
Interesting. This information has been noted.
He does a curt bow, and then he makes a bow to this new figure that has shown up before closing his door.
Do we hear? Did I detect any sort of deception in his voice?
Go ahead and roll Scrutiny Fellowship or Awareness Fellowship.
Awareness Fellowship.
It'll be Scrutiny Fellowship, I think. Actually, you weren't talking to him. You would have just overheard, so it would be Awareness Fellowship.
Yep. So, any benefits or just flat?
Plus 10.
My computer's not working.
Hey.
Fear? You heard fear in his voice? Definitely.
Did I tell what towards, or not? Just not because. Oh, but not really because I heard it.
Not really because you heard it. You weren't talking to him.
Is he scared?
What is the meaning of this? The new figure that has arrived.
You tell us.
Gentlemen?
I have aimed to assist the Administratum, and I find out that the quarters of one of my best priests and missionaries has been broken into.
I know.
An
was hour ago.
Yeah, it's before we got. This was done before we got here.
Was it?
Approximately. Don't look at me. I'm just a guy with a chainsaw. Although someone else with one obviously was in here.
What is the true meaning of your inquiries into Brother Bayaka?
There is paperwork yet to be filed.
And there's plenty of stuff missing. Particularly any kind of books.
The forms that you claim he has not yet filed have been filed. I helped him fill them out myself.
Files of which you speak may not be the files which have yet to be filed.
Then why did you tell my underling that his vow to avow imperial bureaucracy besides their ecclesiarchy was not filed?
I suspect you'll find my discussion with your fellow. He was the one who named the file. I merely named that there were files missing.
He does have a point. Although, there is probably a bigger concern here. That of one of your fellows just got broken into. And, it was done by a chainsaw, of which you possess many. No, I'm not insinuating anything, but how could someone, an outsider, sneak all the way down here to this guy's quarters and just hack them open an hour ago and then leave?
We allow many in and out as part of our charitable efforts. Why are you investigating this? You are Administratum and assorted others. Your concern is only with paperwork.
Exactly. And that is precisely, as you can see, what is missing. There is no paperwork here.
Brother Bayaka was not one for paperwork. I doubt that he had any.
Books.
And yet, there is an ink pot suggesting the filling of forms.
We
Forms which
provide
are
ink
obviously
pots to
missing.
all of our members. Whether or not they use them is no concern of mine.
I'm gonna wrinkle my nose up. So, you're telling me a priest, a man who is sworn to many holy books, who has ink in his room, is broken into, and possesses no paper whatsoever. And yet you're inquiring us, the Administratum, why we're looking for paperwork and why we find none? Something ain't right here. Something ain't right at all. Doesn't make any lick of sense. And look at this. The door wasn't even locked. Why did you even bring us down here with the key?
It is up to our own members whether or not they lock their doors.
And Bayakas would then have his key with him, right?
Presumably.
Because it wasn't in here.
Yes, presumably he has his key with him.
Where is Brother Bayakas right now?
I would presume he is doing his mission work in the lower parts of the sector.
When was the last time you saw Brother Biakas?
Yeah, he must have been around.
Last
So,
Monday,
yeah.
during the recitation of our vows. That would be, 4 days ago. This is common for higher level missionaries. They come and go as they please, as long as they carry the Emperor's will.
Well, I can't say I make heads or tails of this situation, but I have no reason to suspect anything here, other than it was some kind of estranged break-in, for strange reasons.
We
And I'm
shall
not
perform
sure
our own
breaking through.
investigation.
But we still need that paperwork. So, if you don't
If
mind.
you inform
I
me of
suggest
what
that-
paperwork it is, I shall ensure it gets to you.
Well,
The specific nature of the paperwork required is to be known to Brother Biakas, specifically.
may I make you an offer? We both want to get to the bottom of this. Why don't we work together to find Brother Biakas? See what's going on, and see where our investigations lead. Does that sound acceptable to you? And I'm gonna observe his reaction here.
He sort of furrows his brow at this. The ecclesiarchy has no obligation to assist in any illicit paperwork that is being done by one of our members that you believe you cannot tell me about.
We would love to inform you. However, it is obscured for now. We may be back with those results. Would you be more willing to tell us then? More about Biakas and your investigation, that is.
Once we complete our investigation, you may be informed. I ask that you leave this sacred place, for it is approaching our hours of silence.
Clarification. Did someone bring us to the this priest, or did we find him directly?
Someone else brought the priest to you.
Okay.
Hmm.
What was their name?
It was
It's
brother,
Tybalt. Father
Tybalt.
Tybalt?
Father Tybalt, brother Tybalt. Interchangeable in the monastery. They're definitely a priest, though, so Father Tybalt would probably be the honoritive that you would use.
Well, Father Tybalt, and I'll cast like one final glance into the room. I don't think we have any more business here.
So wait, is this Father Tybalt or is it someone else?
Yeah, Father Tybalt came back with you,
Oh, that
a
was
confessor.
the first guy.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So is Father Tybalt the first person we talked to?
No, you talked to an unnamed monk. You never asked the name.
Doesn't matter.
Father Tybalt, one manner of politeness. One of your brothers alerted you to our presence. Would you happen to know their names and where they are, so that we may pass on our thanks to them in person for their assistance in connecting us?
That was Brother Nortas, but he has began his prayer already.
I guess we'll just have to mark it down for later. I believe our business is now concluded. And I'll look to the others for confirmation on that.
Want to ask more questions, but I don't think we have. Yeah, okay.
We have no initiative here.
Yeah.
Alrighty. Well, Father Tybalt, best of luck with your investigation.
He also sort of follows his brow and sort of takes up his nose. The Emperor will provide all of the guidance we need. Actually, that's not what Brother Tybalt says. He's the Emperor will provide the elucidation that we desire.
Well, you're certainly not lacking in illumination. I'll give you that.
I imagine you say this while looking at Confessor Brunt's massive,
Yes, in the confined area, I am looking at the smoke which is slowly inching down from the ceiling. May the Emperor illuminate that which we have not been able to find in our brief time. Good luck. I'm going to be starting making motions to leave.
Yeah.
I do not want to stand in front of an angry confessor. That is a recipe for getting your bones turned to jelly.
Yeah.
Alright.
For some reason, I'm now imagining for some reason a psycho confessor, and I'm concerned.
I don't know if they're psychers, but it's like the sororitas psycho thing, where it's like pray hard enough and fucking shit just explodes.
Oh yeah, you mean Imperial Chaos sorcerers? Yeah.
Blasphemy.
Canonically accurate though. Still have seen as the Chaos Demon. Changed my mind. Okay, moving on.
Yeah, it's are we able to find our way out of here?
Brother Tybalt sort of briskly guides you out.
Left, right, left, right. Got it?
Actually, you notice that this is a much more direct route to the front door.
Okay.
But you do not pass by quarters of the Confessor again.
Good.
I think at that, if the players are good with it, we might take our break a little bit early.
Mm-hmm. My only other suggestion was that we raid the Confessor's quarters, but this is grounds of suspicion. Look, I ain't got a Rosarius yet. I'm not gonna pull a trick like that.
Yeah.
Alrighty, I'm gonna grab another drink. I'll be right back.
No, Jim, stay for a moment.
Well, we will be back in about 10 minutes, maybe a little bit less. Okay, now we're back.
Alright,
Okay.
back now?
I'm gonna start
We
heading
were
back
back
south.
for the people on stream, but I forgot to start the recording again. So
Oh, so then I'm gonna leave from the chapter house and head back towards Hush. If someone could keep an eye out to see if we're being followed, that'd be much appreciated.
Yeah, I gotta say, I got something crawling on the back of my neck, and I'm pretty sure it's not a spider.
yeah, go ahead and do an awareness check.
I am good at these, in theory.
Yeah, and if you have any special bonuses for like being followed or anything, which I think some do.
No,
What?
I don't have a bonus, but
Oh, we're all making
it's-
this. Are we all
Hive
making this more?
background has something,
Uh,
doesn't it?
Chris, are we all supposed to make this roll?
If you want to.
This is gonna be a
Map
flat
is in
roll, I
metal
imagine.
man.
Awareness. It's awareness. Perception,
Perception.
right?
Yes.
Yeah, I very much do.
Reroll, and I fail both.
I'm delving into rules. Wait one.
Yeah, I think I'm gonna use. Oh no, screw it. I got. Nah, this is not a time when fate point would be worth it.
I will point out there have been times where the fate point would probably be worth it. You just didn't use them.
We didn't?
Yes.
Oh shit. Look,
Working
Huh.
as intended then. Okay, forge roll.
Keep in mind, you can use a fate point to give something 1 degree of success. If
I
you're
might
at
do that.
well, to increase success by 1 degree. So if you're at like -1 degree of success, you can pass something.
Oh.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't think that's gonna help me.
Fair enough. No.
Not about a reroll. Here's a question: I get to reroll failed tests. So, if I fail an awareness test, keen intuition lets me reroll that at -10. If I reroll my first test, does that mean I get to reroll it a second time if I fail it again? If I spend a fate point, or is it just that I get to reroll one of them?
You
It's
can
technically not a second
reroll again,
test.
but if you're re-rolling after, if you're using fate to reroll after your free reroll, it keeps the -10. So
Oh, okay,
basically,
that's
if
fair.
you really want to pass something, maybe use the fate point first so you don't get the negative.
That's a decent thing. But then it's like free fate point, or free fate point with -10, or regular fate point.
But then if you fail with the regular fate point, you'd still be able to reroll it. with
Okay,
-10
yeah, I
again.
see what you're talking about.
So, yeah. Okay.
Either way, the guy who's got his face glued to the book is paying attention.
So, Joren, you actually notice after you leave Nada's house, it appears that a monk is following you, a monk in the brown robes.
Interesting.
I'm pretty sure it is the birds at this point. I mean, what else could do it and get that far away? We know it's not crows. It might be spray painted pigeons. But,
Do I know a non-direct way back to the Hush? They'll like go through like a relatively small alleyway.
Yeah, you know several of those.
Perfect. Let's take some of those.
I decided to follow the paperwork
yeah,
man.
when Joren starts taking a strange course, I'm gonna follow him and shut my mouth. Actually, no, I'm gonna run it louder and talk more in depth about birds,
Yeah.
specifically birds, and nothing of import.
Are you trying to lose this monk, Joren, or are you just trying to confirm that this guy is actually following you?
More the second thing, yeah.
Okay. Yeah, you weave in and out of alleyways, but
Initially.
always do it just slow enough that someone could follow you, and this monk is.
All right.
I've got an idea. If we round a corner, birds. If we round a corner, I could peel off and maybe tag this guy from behind, ask him a couple pointed questions.
Do it.
Alrighty, next corner, I'll make a stealth check.
Okay, yep, go ahead and make your stealth check.
Modifiers.
It's the hive, it's sort of the back areas of the hive, plus 20.
Nice. Dice don't fail me now. Fate.
Oh, keep in mind, it would be opposed, technically.
It would be opposed.
So it's-
-2. -2 ain't good. It's a 50-50. I've still got free fate. I'm gonna use a fate regardless.
Okay.
Wait, fate refresh every session, don't they?
Yes.
Oh, session, not mission.
Alrighty.
Session.
1 degree. So 2 degrees success.
Okay.
Success with 1 additional.
Yeah, you're able to just sort of shrink into like a. It's basically just like a little, like a dumpster alcove, basically. Lots of random crap in there to hide amongst.
Right.
So the rest of the party goes ahead. Sure enough, this
These
monk
strap on my helmet.
with his hood is up, and he's sort of hurriedly following after them, and he rounds the corner and keeps walking.
Alrighty. I'm not gonna try and kill him. Essentially, I'm gonna try and apprehend him. There is a rule for this of attacking not a helpless target, but an unawares target.
Yes.
Wrestling rules, go!
Yeah.
I believe that unaware target just doesn't. They can't take a reaction action, I believe. And I think you automatically get a cold shot against them if you're trying to attack them. Not cold shot, but you get all of the levels of aim that you can.
The weird thing about it is that it's not going to be an attack. It's more of going to be a grapple. I'm not trying to kill the guy. I just want to throw him in a goddamn
I
dumpster.
think that grapple is still weapon skill.
It is.
I think you would get all of the relevant bonuses of weapon skill. Let me do a check here.
Yeah, so this is kind of like a street fighting mixed with grappling, where
Yeah,
I'm
it would
trying
be-
to entrap him in the junk.
It'd be a full aim. Not sorry. Does aim apply to melee? Yeah, it does.
Yeah,
so
it
it'd be a
does.
full aim, and I think it would be a charge attack. So
Okay,
that's
yeah.
plus 50. Plus 50? Plus 40, sorry.
Alright, I'll roll that. So, I won't roll it as a weapon. There's no damage modifier. I'll roll weapon skill with plus 50 then.
Okay.
Tell me now. Very nearly.
So you managed to grab this priest from behind, this monk from behind. It's like, ah,
Come here, motherfucker.
Don't hurt me.
Get in the dumpster. Come on.
Ah.
Throw him in there, sit on top of it, wait for the others to come back.
As the others arrive back, you hear quiet sobbing from inside the dumpster.
I don't think
Right.
this was quite what I had in mind when I okayed interrogate.
Who was that?
Thanks in there.
Who are you, and what do you want? I kind of actually what I do is I'll bang on the side of the using my metal arm on the side of the metal whatever to just get rid of the other. Who are you and what do you want? So just
Don't hurt me, I'm just a monk.
That much is
who
obvious.
are you and why are you following us?
Oh, it's you. I talked to you already, but the confessor was there, so I couldn't tell you everything.
Wait,
Oh, wait,
Tybalt?
it's him?
It's not Tybalt. It's the random monk whose door you knocked on.
Oh, it's you! And I'll open it up. Oh, it's the field mouse! And I'll like lift him up a little bit after opening the thing.
There's just sort of not sewage, but just refuse on him.
Oh,
And
shit.
he's-
I'll like brush it off his shoulders and like, it's the helpful guy. I like this guy.
I was following you to tell you without the confessor finding out. I heard Brother Beaka and the confessor get into the argument on Monday. You're not supposed to listen in on people, but well, it was very loud.
Oh, they're practically preaching then.
Interesting.
The confessor wanted Brother Beaka to do something that he thought was wrong. He thought it was against the Emperor's will. I don't know what, but
Be
Brother
specific here. Hold on. So, Brother Bayaka thought it was wrong, or the confessor did?
Brother Beaka did.
Okay, I think I understand.
It-
Please continue.
He said something about the work of a missionary to be to help people, not to hurt them.
Okay.
Interesting.
Helping, not hurting.
Oh, and the confessor
Yeah.
said that if he didn't like it, he'd have to return to the Emperor sooner than he wanted to.
Very
I think I
interesting.
understand. Thank you so much. What was your name?
My name? It's Torth.
Oh.
Torth Lasky.
Interesting.
Oh, Torflasky from 5 Doors Down. You have been an immense help to our investigation. You've done the right thing. Try not to worry yourself. Try to keep your head down. You understand?
Yes.
You took a very brave risk in coming here. We thank you very much, and we won't forget you. If you have a safe place that you might be able to hold down for a couple days, visiting relatives, I'd recommend you do so. If not, be very careful and stay safe in your dorms.
He begins wandering off, and you can hear him under his breath. I protect his word, and he protects me. I protect his word, and he protects me.
Well, good luck. The Emperor protects.
Okay. Things just got substantially, I won't say more interesting, but clearer at least. Well, I feel like a dick. I throw him in a dumpster. So, helping people, not hurting them. Obscura. Confessor. Adamancy that nothing happened, the lack of any materials or anything that could convict or describe in more detail what happened. The break-in. I am putting together a picture in my head here. The fact that the door was unlocked. Why else? If the confessor didn't want us in there, which I think feels pretty obvious he didn't. Whether or not it was through zealous fervor and lack of willing to work with the Administratum, or if it was the fact that something fishy is going on, which he just confirmed, implies that he may be telling, or, to be honest, hailing a whole bunch of randos down hallways, corridors, and alleyways just to tell them something, and get thrown in a dumpster. I'm gonna be frank with you guys. He wasn't lying. Not a goddamn chance.
He was telling exactly what he believes to be true.
Do we want to contact the member of the Inquisition that we were talking to, just to double check just to give them an update and
I have a strong suspicion that our inquisitional contact does not want to be bothered until we have a final answer. And maybe not even then.
That she would more likely take the reins from here. I'm not letting that happen. Look, if there's glory to be had here, I want it. I'm not doing
He
half
was
an
taken by
investigation
someone.
just to get thrown back in the precinct.
If it was someone he knew, that would explain the lack of noise. Would have surprised him.
Potentially. He didn't say anything more about the break-in. Well, let me put you together a theory that I have. Heresy or not, I don't really mind. It starts with Yaka and the Confessor having their conversation as was just described to us. Yaka resists, says no, does it anyway. Good man. Yaka goes out, something happens to him, something that's not good. The Confessor's now trying to cover his tracks. In doing so, he tries to make it look like a break-in. Someone breaks in, steals all of the information that could possibly be related to Obscura peddling, drugging people, look, we saw that. Anything could have been in there that was obscure shaped. Any kind of vial, any kind of potion. And then something, somehow... Wait a second again. His throat was it very clearly slit? His body was mutilated beyond belief, and organs were stolen. Perhaps that was yet another cover-up. Look, I'm only working in theoreticals here, but point still stands. The Professor is doing something shifty. He might be the root of all this, or we're dealing with two parties here. Either way, we might want to draw some of them out. How are we going to do that? Well, it's likely to result in internal bleeding.
I want to review the reports on other autopsies and obscure tendencies in the region before we start trying to draw people out.
You've started to review those reports. To finish reviewing all of them would probably take another hour or so. In total, so far in the investigation, you've spent approximately 6 hours, so it's about 2 p.m.-ish.
Faster than expected. Well, what do you say? Find somewhere safe to hunker down and hush? Finish up reading through these? I'll give you a hand with it.
Yeah, I think let's do that.
Alrighty. I might know somewhere safe.
I'm going back to my office. We're not that far.
Alright.
You're not allowed in.
Oh.
Should we go back to
I will stand outside your door menacingly, talking about birds. Either that or we go back to the bar. To be honest, I don't think we should split up at this point. In fact, I might need to change into something a little bit more discreet. At this point, considering we've already been followed once, a good thing that it was, we probably don't want to be followed again.
Right.
The sign won't help. Now I'm going to find a change of clothes.
Yeah? Are you going to buy a change of clothes or find a change of clothes?
Specifically find.
Okay.
I'm not going to acquire a change of clothes. I'm going to find what I can. If it covers the armor, great. If it doesn't, I'll change out.
Yeah, I think that it would... I think it would be a stealth perception check, actually.
Stealth perception? Okay.
Because you're looking around for things that, like, refuse, discarded goods, that sort of stuff, that would help you blend in.
Well, let's see what I find. Hopefully, it's not unwashed ogre uniforms.
Well, actually,
modifiers on that.
As you are sort of going through Hush looking around, you do notice there's actually a sort of a very sort of crumpled, water-damaged box that is labeled as clothing, just sort of sitting next to a dumpster. And as you approach it,
that seems very inconspicuous.
A large ogre comes out and sits down on top of it. He has a very distinctive purple birthmark across his face.
Oh god! Oh god! Oh god!
Hi.
Do I see this?
No.
No, actually, and I'll see. Yeah, I am not near him. I think I'm safely. I went back with the paperbook.
Hey, it's you, funny man who hangs out with Collie and the pack rat.
Yeah. That's me. How you doing? I'm sorry, man. I'm not great with names.
Poop has been doing well.
Gotcha. Glad he's doing. Oh, Are you? Are you who I think you are?
Yes.
Okay, direct and to the point. I understand. Well, I'm glad that Perp's been doing well after the injury. I recently suffered one myself. I'm glad he didn't get that shot up too much, despite the fact that it nearly took his leg off.
That's a
So-
bad guy.
I have.
He
a
looks
question.
down at his own leg and sort of furrows his brow, and pokes at it.
Cool. You doing okay? Good to see you in good health. I'm like leaning over him and trying to observe for any notable wounds, bruises, or lacerations.
He is covered in burns and cuts, and he's missing a finger on his left hand.
Okay, clean bill of health. Good to know. Look, man, I got a quick question for you. Your seat right there. Has it got, is it labeled correctly? Clothing, it says, in case you didn't know. I'm looking for a little bit myself. Something, on the down. Nothing too special. Would you be able to
Go
help me
ahead
out?
and roll me a fellowship at +20.
Hey, he's my kind of guy. Too bad my fellowship is fucking dog shit. Shit.
It's chair.
Chair. Interesting spelling. Well, I don't want to deprive you of your chair. Certainly not, my good man. But I do need something that lies inside it. Is there any way I'll be able to persuade you to move? Just for a moment.
So it scratches his head. He looks very confused now.
I got an idea. How about this? I will turn around and pull something out of thin air. A coin. And I'll do a little... Where is it? I don't know. It's gone.
Do a
And then
sleight
I'll
of
try and
hand.
do the thing where I'll try and pull it from behind his ear. Agility based, I imagine.
Yes.
Modifiers.
It's a pretty simple trick, +20. He managed to, right from behind his ear, his eyes sort of widen. Magic man.
I know, I'm a special guy. But watch this one. You've never seen this one before. And I'll point to my left, where I will have hopefully
While you're
with a little
doing
bit of
this,
misdirection,
you
throw
notice
it.
that he is starting. It looks like he's starting to hyperventilate. Commissar warned of magic man, and he gets up and just sort of runs off into the alleyway.
Perfect.
Mission success. Oh shit, I gotta apologize to him later. This is gonna require so many bedtime stories. Alrighty. Well, I'll open up the box in front of me. I'm sorry, the seat.
Yeah, it has a couple of, just sort of, robes, rags. They're pretty heavily, like, moth damaged and water damaged, but it's enough to cover yourself up.
Alrighty. I'll take off my helmet so it's not shiny, showing over the top. But yeah, I'll dress over all my half combat gear, half salvaged, half someone else's stuff.
Okay.
If there's a couple more rags, I'll take those. Just for anyone else who wants them, 3 more to be precise, and throw a couple bricks in there, just so it doesn't turn into a slumping chair when he gets back.
Yep, you, so reinforce the inside of it, close the lid, head off back into the market.
Alrighty. You would have no goddamn clue what I had to do to get these. Come back with like half moth-eaten robes that smell a little. It was a real endeavor. Well,
Yeah.
Well, you're not here, Joren. You're in your office being all fancy and
I'm not
safe.
being smart and with my
Yeah,
friends.
book boy. Anyway,
Mm.
Kelber, you might want to put one of these on. Same goes for you, Russell. Now
So,
is the time to lay low. As such, clothing yourself and putting the hood up is a good start. You'll blend right in. The hat, it just kind of, it says bounty hunter all over it. Cool. Alright, well, other than waiting for Paperboy to do his paper thing and not getting followed, I don't have a lot to do on my plate, so.
yeah, there's
Over
basically
to
what I'm
you,
doing is I'm just
Joren.
waiting for shit to get done and
Yeah.
just continue on.
I'm going to do my best leper impersonation while looking around to see if anyone is asking. Actually, I'm going to do a counter inquiry. That's what I'm going to do. I'm going to listen and see if anyone is trying to ask about us.
That is actually a thing in the rules.
Really? Oh fuck! I was making that up.
Let me.
It's another inquiry chest, isn't it?
Let me double check, but I believe so.
Yeah. Actually, I probably shouldn't, but yeah, I'll be taking likely a negative because I'm trying to do this passively rather than asking. Is anyone asking about us?
Yeah, you're trying to do it
Passive
subtly.
sonar.
Yeah.
Not active sonar. I've been watching too much Sub Brief. I'm gonna be honest.
I'm watching Battleship videos.
Nice.
I'm trying to remember because I think the rules for this might actually be in fucking Enemies Within.
It should be under the inquiry skill.
No, it's a specific rule that has to do with your subtlety.
I see. Okay. Well, just know I'm doing that passively.
Okay, no.
I'll see if I can look it up. Anyway.
Yeah, I'll figure out what it is explicitly. Joren. Looking through, like I just information dump, but if you could do a logic test at +30 because you have all of this information to sort of come up with everything.
I suppose this is logic, not lore, so I don't get any bonuses. Okay.
Yeah.
From kinds and shite. Okay.
Four degree success, technically.
Do I see? Sorry, go ahead.
So you looking through this, you notice that a lot of the people who have been picked up for obscure possession, or just like public intoxication that turned out is obscure, have been doing so nearby to statues of the Emperor.
Interesting. Very interesting. Okay.
Okay, it's actually an awareness check if you're doing it passively.
That makes sense.
That
Perception then?
awareness fellowship.
When is fellowship? Interesting.
Because you're looking around at people, unless you're trying to look at and see if there's like any wanted posters, or if like people are quite clearly.
No, I'm not quite that over that.
And you're not like. I mean, I guess if you're looking to see if like the priests that are about are like keeping a lookout for you or anything like that, that would be perception. But generally, it's fellowship because you're sort of trying to read the crowd, overhear rumors and gossip and stuff.
Yeah, I'm doing that specifically if if there are bounty hunters out, sure. If there are priests out, sure. Like people with notable interest rather than just like there's word on the street.
Yep.
I do need to I'll make the test first, but I need to check if it's just perception awareness tests that Keenan have wished a prize for. I imagine this is also a flat challenging test.
It is a flat challenging test.
Okay, I'm gonna check if I get to reroll that talents. Because it might just be perception-based ones. In intuition, retry awareness at -10. Okay, cool. Ada.
Hmm. That's what I have to say.
Okay. I overhear one. These fucking villagers. Oh my god.
Yeah, you sort of you notice someone who you think is going to be a really big gossip, and you get close to them, and so start overhearing, and they're like, "Yeah, I hear that there's this guy that's been going around in armor, and Jesus, like, shit. Also, I technically was supposed to roll that for you. Okay. Because you're not supposed to know whether it's successful or a failure.
Ah, yes, that's yeah.
You could re-roll it.
I am going
honestly,
to actually.
if you want to roll it
re-roll
twice more and just nullify those, go ahead.
I'm going to go ahead and.
I rolls are null and void. I wills and whims.
By the way, James, does your Gale, does it re-roll and keep the better, or does it keep re-roll and keep the new?
Worse.
Keeps the new. Okay. So after sort of perceiving around, finding a couple of loudmouths, you think that you're the talk of the town. You believe that currently your subtlety bonus is 1, which means you are very not subtle.
Oh. Well,
Is this him or is this the group?
The group. There's 1 subtlety bonus for the entire warband.
So they've been talking about a goddamn guy in armor, the street doc from down the way, a weird paper boy, and a bounty hunter for some fucking reason.
And it sounds like they're talking about like some mysterious stranger who showed up who's been telling people to do stuff.
Okay. Great. This is just fucking wonderful. Well, I'm gonna keep my hood as low as possible. I'm gonna find the nearest fucking corner to hunker down in. And I'm gonna advise all of you to do the same.
That's nice. I have paperwork to file.
Yes, paper. You can look. Unless you have 6 inches of paperwork, it ain't gonna stop a fucking last bolt.
I think I'll be fine.
I'm kind of standing against the. I'm kind of. Sorry, stop reading. I'm kind of guarding the helping guard the words. Sorry, guard the paperwork.
I really don't know if that's necessary.
Yeah, okay, then I'm just doing
something. Why don't you join me and we can go and stake out the nearest Imperial shrine?
Sure, I'll go. I'll go with I'll go with Crazy Man.
Well, considering the report that we initially saw, or the one that we managed to dig up, rather, if this is happening by statues of the Emperor, plural, over a long period of time, it may not have just been the guy that got slaughtered. Others may have a similar book to his. Why pass out obscure? Or other narcotics. Are we still waiting? Adam, you're still doing rolls, right?
So, that takes, between the 2 checks that you've done, that takes sort of until about 6 p.m.
I think I've only done one logic check.
Well, Joren did 1 check, and...
Oh, right.
The other check, they happen concurrently.
Yeah, because I think the blood results we're getting back tomorrow?
Or by the end of the day.
Was it end of the day or was it tomorrow? Oh, okay, and that's been also getting the autopsy information.
Yes.
I waited 2 days for an autopsy. I hope they get decent results. And well, while Adam looks through the book, I'm going to do a stakeout of the nearest, just a.
Well, I think you were just
A
looking
statue of
for
the Emperor.
autopsies in general, right, Joren?
Yeah.
To see if anyone else had been butchered.
Yes, basically.
Yep. Okay.
Is that another logic roll, or are we just waiting?
Well, I don't have that paperwork. yet.
You could go
Oh.
and get that paperwork now if you want. Just hand
Yeah.
wave to say that you got it.
Yeah.
Um.
And the blood work at the same time.
Yeah. So you make your way down after getting the other autopsy reports. You make your way down to the lab, and the overtakers there still. You have returned.
At the specified time of end of the day.
Yes. Well, it is
Now
quite
night.
fortunate you got me those samples when you did.
Oh.
The Overtakers Guild has recently participated, this very day in fact, in the arrest of some rippers who were stealing biotics from the dead to sell on the private market without sanction from the guild. One of these rippers was attempting to sell a cybernetic lung, the blood on which matches the ones that you found.
No, that makes fucking sense. God damn, change all my fucking notes. Am I in scene, by the way?
I assume you did not go back into the
Okay, I'm not there. Never mind.
Enforcement Precinct.
Okay.
I wouldn't. That's right.
Yeah. Okay. Was there was there any other merchandise? What is there a list of the merchandise biotics that were recovered from this illicit harvesting operation?
Yes, based on the bulletin I received, a cyber long, bunch of cyber eyes, some arms, couple of legs, a lot of subskin armor plating.
Interesting. That was most interesting. Did I start with any currency?
Yeah, you would have started with like probably 30 crowns just from your work.
Okay.
What about me? Probably not so much.
Well, you've already established that you're bounty hunting to pay for room and board for the night, so I'm going to say you have none.
Okay.
Your own consequences for your own actions.
I'm okay with that. That
I'm
makes
gonna
sense.
give him 5 crowns. A bonus for jobs done beyond that which is required.
You should know that if you want to speak with them, you should do so soon. They're scheduled for execution tonight.
Most informative. And where might these individuals be held?
Here in the precinct, I presume.
Much appreciated. Okay. Yeah, I guess I'm gonna go request to interrogate to question the lung broker, the chop shop guys.
So that would not be something that normal Administratum paperwork requirements would give you ability to do. either you're going to need to make a deception or forgery, or reveal your inquisitorial alignment.
Okay. I need to think about this for a second.
You could also attempt something that could be ivory, probably.
If anyone else has something to do, I need to think about this for a second. So, 'cause I think I'm the only one at the precinct right now.
I continue to stare at the statue of the Emperor, basking in its mosaic.
So yeah, as
glory.
you and as Russel and Bagman sort of stake out the statue, you see a missionary come up, and he begins the normal zealous proclamations. The Emperor protects all those who fear the Emperor, love the Emperor, besides his enemies. To be loved by the Emperor is to not fear the enemies of the Emperor. I mean, you sort of notice as he starts proclaiming and evangelizing, sort of a crowd starts to gather around him. But a lot of the crowd look... They're definitely,
Crackheads?
yeah, they're definitely addicts.
Addicts, that's it. That's a better word.
I've got an idea. Russell, can
do
you
I,
take care of my stuff?
I'm gonna watch the hands of the crowd.
I've got a better idea. I'm going to start taking off my armor, and I'm going to wrap my hands in bandages. When I've done that, keep my chainsword hidden underneath the cloak on my back, and I'm going to try and mingle in with the crowd and get closer to the preacher.
Go ahead and roll a... Is there such thing as fellowship stealth? No.
I would say maybe deception, maybe fellowship.
Agility and
deception.
perception is the stealth options.
I guess you're trying to blend in with the crowd? So it might
Not so
be...
much blend. I'm just trying to act like an
Is
addict.
deception?
I don't think it would
deceive?
be deception, no. I think it would be stealth perception, since you're trying to keep an eye on the crowd and sort of imitate them.
Mimicking. Okay. I'll roll it. Modifiers.
Plus 20, you look at the port, and it's a pretty large crowd.
3 degrees total. Success. Or success with 2 additional. I'm not sure if you grade it based on the additional or in the total.
I'm not actually sure either. I don't really care.
Hey.
Doesn't matter.
That's enough. Yeah, I'm gonna try and
And
muscle
again,
my
as
way
this is happening, I'm trying to do my best to observe the hands of the crowd and just to see if any just a couple people in general, like nothing real, no one real specific, just like 2 or 3 people that seem to be like towards the front, towards like hey they act like hey they've been here before, like you can tell like they're know the standing about what to do.
Don't worry, I've been in crack dens before. I know how this works.
So I'm watching the specifically like, you know, I have like half of a corner of an eye on, you know, Russ on Bagman, but mostly I'm watching the others just to see if like anything gets handed off to them.
The glory of the God Emperor blesses us all. This statue is only proof of his glory. Look at its perfection. It is but a fraction of his. The God Emperor will bless you all for being loyal to him.
Loyalty to the masonry.
At this time, my companion will ask you for donations. Donations to the God Emperor and to our cause, to ensure that we continue to bring his light to these wretched ports of the Hive. and those far more wretched than this. And sort of another sort of monk sort of comes around the statue carrying a wooden lockbox that has a slot in the top.
Is it a coin slot?
Yeah, coin slot.
Okay. I'll in one hand, the rosette that I possessed earlier, shaking. In the left hand, a coin. Evil.
You mean rosette? When you say rosette, do you mean rosary?
Rosary, that's one.
Yeah, rosette's different, I think.
I'm making it jingle and jiggle as much as possible while I'm holding my head down, making my way to the box. I'm also trying to look at the rest of the crowd as well.
Go ahead and do awareness fellowship for Bagman, awareness perception for... Actually, scrutiny perception for Russel.
Okay, scrutiny perception. Shit. Okay. Any bonuses because I've been kind of watching for a while, or just?
It's going to be flat.
Okay. Huh. I barely made it, but yeah, I was not expecting that.
So Russell, you notice that a couple of people put coins in, and the monk just goes by. But one person who quite clearly looks like an addict, puts coins in. You can't really tell how many, and then it seems like something is handed off to him. Bagman, you sort of notice that a couple of the addicts are definitely getting something handed off to them. They seem to all be putting 9 coins in. Exactly. But there's people who put way more coins in, they don't get anything. People who put less don't get anything. But as the monk comes up to you, you are a child of the Emperor who has not graced us with his presence yet.
I heard, and I am ready.
You look for the guidance of the Emperor?
Of course.
Then
Nodding.
give donation and be blessed.
I'm going to put away the rosette and deliberately put in 9 coins. Let me check I have enough. I think I have 12. Yes, I'll put in 9.
It seems you know the ways of the Emperor well. And he sort of discreetly reaches under the box and puts something firmly into the palm of your hand before moving along. It is a bottle of Obscura.
Alrighty. I'll fold my arms and hide it up my sleeve while keeping hold of it. I'll wait until the crowd starts to disperse before leaving.
Yeah. He continues evangelizing for a while, but sort of after the donations went around, about half the crowd, all of the addict-looking people, sort of wandered off.
I'll leave then. I'll make my way slowly back to Russell.
What did you see when you were up closer?
I fucking knew it. I'll hold out the bottle of Obscura to him. How many doses do you think is even in this thing? That's also a question for you, Chris.
Is Griffin with us?
No, he said Chris.
Chris.
Yeah.
It's the bottle has 2 doses in it.
So, they're doing their preaching, they're doing their addict thing. Looks like they're extorting addicts for additional donations. Where the addicts are getting their money from, well, one can only guess. But this is shady as hell.
I mean, is 9 crowns like going price for Obscura, or is it higher or lower?
I have underworld knowledge.
I have underworld too, apparently.
I have a massive
give it a go because I'm fucked.
Underworld, any bonuses or just
Nope.
I have a massive document on the current smuggling situation with Obscura in the Hive.
Holy shit, man! We gotta test this to make sure it's pure.
You don't know. You think that you could probably flog this for like I don't know, like, Russell, last time you bought Obscura, not that you have, you paid like 100 crowns for it.
Thing is,
Is it
And
Bro,
you
I have
thought
no
that
money.
was a deal.
I also have the injector to do this.
Is this why Russell has no money?
This dude
He's
saying,
been, quote,
Let's
investing it,
fucking
unquote, into
go.
Obscura.
Yeah, every time he goes to buy Obscura, everyone's like, oh my god, it's the bounty hunter who doesn't know how much Obscura is worth.
Everyone just keep lying to him.
The funny thing, the jokes are is I don't actually use it. I just collect the bottles. 'Cause
They're shiny.
It's
they're
like-
You
it's how
don't
you
even
see,
know
like-
it's a drug. You just think it's collectible bottles.
It's like Dynamisec, you know?
I just think it's neat.
Yeah, so Chris, did my massive document on the trading habits of Obscura include the price anywhere?
Yes, it would have. Its going price is about 10 crowns.
Okay.
We're taking a loss.
That's such an
But that's
Wait,
what
did it sell-
most dealers sell it for.
Do we know how much it takes to make it?
Nope.
Obscura is odd.
Bagman, you are, however, a little bit concerned that this might be fake.
I knew it. This is just wine that's corked. Hold on a second. I pull out my injector.
I look at him. I'm just like, you sure you should be doing this, pal?
Look, I
Because
went
this
to
is
Sunblock
evidence.
78 once. They had this shit for fucking days.
But-
I'll know if it's real.
But this
Trust me,
is
I'm a professional.
Yeah,
person.
Bagman. As much as I want, don't you think this is a little bit?
I
we
can't
should
hear
take
you
this.
over
We should
how
take this.
injected my wrist is.
Okay, so if we really need
Obscura.
cash, what we need to do is mug the collection team.
Yeah, honestly.
Yeah.
However, I am currently under the effects of Obscura. I don't know what it does.
Okay, go ahead and roll me a 1d5.
It's what page is it on again? Sorry.
Favorite number.
Okay, for the next 2 hours, if you enter combat, you are under the effects of a hallucinogen grenade.
Oh. If.
And for 1d10 after it wears off, you're depressed. Well, roll that 1d10 once it wears off.
I think that's 1d10 hours, isn't it?
It's 1d10 hours.
However, the depression effect can be cancelled if you take Obscura again.
Yeah.
Oh well, he only did one dose, so
So
I'm
he
gonna
has
take
one
the-
more dose. Oh,
I'm
Russell.
I'm gonna take the evidence Obscura, and just put it in my
Mm-hmm.
I don't feel so good.
Yeah, I'm gonna take the evidence Obscura and just put it in a place where
You feel really good, actually, Bagman.
I feel fucking great.
Everything just sort of has this sort of shiny quality to it. What would normally just be like some shit on the floor, some really nice looking shit on the floor. Like, not like eatable nice, but it's not like, oh, there's shit on the floor. It's like, oh, there's shit on the floor.
No. It's like a dog put it there. Or a person. In your face. Russell. I ever tell you that scar looked just beautiful on you.
So it's
Seriously,
hallucinogen.
man.
Russell starts getting a little uncomfortable, but just like, all right.
You move out of the way of his line of sight. He just keeps staring straight ahead.
I go around him and I just grab him by the scruff of the neck and just drag him to what's your character's name again? Joren's office.
Yeah, once again, you can't come in. Not allowed.
No.
You're locked outside. The door's locked.
I knock on the door.
Closed. Come back later.
I knock on the door.
The door is made of wood.
Yes, you have knocked on the door. Congratulations.
You have knocked on the door.
Maybe if we knock again.
I say, I see some code phrase that we. I don't
You
know,
have knocked on the door.
Listen, buddy. My alpine wooden.
Anyways,
Open
Joren, have you decided what you're going to do while you're in the Enforcer Precinct?
Oh, I missed that. I missed that.
To be fair, Russell wouldn't know that either because Joren hasn't told anyone.
I will
Yeah.
try to sweet talk this door into opening. You cannot stop me.
Wait, do I have? I think I have a lockpick. Can I just nope. I did not take.
Oh my
that.
god, he is gonna stick that thing where the sun don't shine. I'm so sorry. It had to be like this.
I think I'm just gonna collect my reports and leave.
Okay.
Yeah. We'll talk it over. Except the person I talked it over with is fucking high right now. So.
Should I also roll for the 1d5 hours?
You have rolled for the 1d5 hours. Now you need to roll another 1d10 hours. Okay. So, Joren, do you go back to your office afterwards?
Yes. 1 second. I just realized there's a hallucinogenic effects table.
Okay.
Yes, yeah.
Baby.
Oh, by the way, I'm standing. I'm just standing outside the. Like I'm sitting. Like I'm guessing, you have a little chair.
The finest imperial pine.
Or do you have like a bench? Do you have a bench outside your office?
No. Standing room only.
Yeah.
Seats are inefficient for those who aren't working.
James, can you roll a d10?
Sure.
Oh boy. The worms!
No, that's only if you
No.
enter combat, so it's only if this is stressing.
Is that only if they enter combat?
That's only if they enter
Yeah.
combat.
What is...
Look.
They
He's
are
in
in
a
a
dreamlike
dreamlike
state.
state for 25
Oh.
hours. If they
they-
engage in combat, they come under the effects of the hallucinogen grenade.
James, go pick a fight, because this would be hilarious.
Look, as long as I'm sitting here with the freshest pine door that has ever stopped me from getting anywhere before, I think I'm just fine. This thing is laminated wood. You understand? This is something special. This is a little bit of whining and dining.
I believe it's
Just
actually
nicely.
just
Stroke my
plasteel
finger
with a veneer
down.
of wood over it.
Yeah, it's plasteel with veneer.
Stroking my finger down to the second.
So,
ground
Joren,
level.
you arrive back at your office, and you see Bagman there molesting your door,
Look,
and
I've heard of
Russel's
yours
there just
before.
kind of staring at that happening.
you're really giving me some work, if you know what I mean.
And that's not my opinion if you couldn't fall any lesser. I'll leave the forms when you wake up.
Look,
I also
I can
Russell, I say
fall.
I tried stopping him, but he just took the well, we found this, and I take the evidence bottle out.
That's where the magic is.
Yep,
You
and
found
I
it-
found
bottle.
You found it where? In the hands of...
sorry, but it was in the hands of a monk. It was passed off to this guy.
I'm not normally one to
I-
take hand-me-downs, but I did pay for the thing.
Yeah. Did I notice exactly how much, or did I
No.
get told that? Okay. After some amount of coins was transferred, we'll ask him when he wakes up.
I had to be very precise.
Yeah, to be very precise, because as we noticed, some got something passed, some didn't.
Interesting.
I'm
So
in
we'll,
on the gig, my guy. Don't
Yeah.
worry.
So once
I'm
he
one of them
sobers
now.
up, we'll figure it. We'll learn more about it. But we found this. It was given to it by a monk from the monk of the Emperor's, the glory of the Emperor's light. Or I have it right
Preaching
here. I have the
points.
note.
They had
Yeah,
a real thing for finely crafted mortar and marble.
the
You will
from
find.
yeah, it was very clear that someone
Oh,
from the Temple of the Light of the Emperor's devotion.
Look, take this idiot to the dock. He is somewhere to sleep it off. Then take the dock to the precinct. There's some chop shop idiots who you need to figure out where they got a lung from.
Okay. All right. I'll leave it to your work. Here's this bottle, so you can start doing your paperwork on intake of evidence and where it came from and all that stuff. I set the bottle on his desk.
The forms will
And-
be ready for you to fill out when you return. Note the
They-
lung belonged to Brother Byakin before the chop shoppers got their hands on it. Figure out how they got it.
Isn't the cardiovascular system like totally overrated? Hear me out.
Yeah. Belonged to the brother. So all right. So I take. All right. So I'm guessing I just go around the corner to the other, back to the Chopstock's office, and my tongue just stopped working.
You and me both, puppy.
I take the chop shop dock. Fuck you, tongue twisters.
You're welcome.
Spaghetti.
I take
Double.
so I take Mr. Bagman over to the Keebler office.
This bastard P. Bagman to you, very good sir. I have a full name and a title.
I take it back to the office, dump him on the couch or waiting room, and I'm just like, this guy, he just let him sleep him off here. We have work to do at the
It's
back
like
to the
a
office.
cloud with legs.
We have work to do. Apparently, there was a bionic lung that came up as belonging to Brother Bianca at the. Where was the location again? I kind of blanked.
It was, I don't remember where the chop shop was found, but basically the guys who had it are at the precinct now.
Yeah, so no, we got to go back to the precinct to find out because we got to learn more about this lung that was belonging to Brother Bianca, and you're the expert on bionics. Just find your standard issue room and just lock this guy in it, or let him sober up in the couch.
No doors can hold me. They all fall to my charm.
And I say this to Keebler.
The lock him up.
I say necessarily lock him up, or just make sure he doesn't get into anything while he's tripping. So basically, you just gotta let him sober up, and then we gotta go talk to the precinct people. We have some potential witnesses.
I don't suppose he had his own room.
No. Not one that you would know of, at least.
Don't you have do you have a waiting room, or not waiting room, an office within your office?
Back room.
Yeah, you have the back room. Does your back room have a specific doctor's room, room that's single patient?
It's fucking time to the
That's
bed.
what it
Ron.
is.
Okay, so we're
It is a single, what would be a storage room, except it wasn't being used. So I put up a shelf, a table, and started working.
Okay, so we're gonna take him back and then just go back and then shut and lock the door.
This is the fucking second time I've been zip tied to a table. God damn it!
Stop getting high then. It wouldn't be an issue.
Well, the other time you know what, that didn't go well. I'm gonna stay here this time.
Yeah,
So
I think it'll just be some straps for you.
Look, zip ties, baby. I know you want to hold me tight, but honestly, I don't think it's going to work out.
And you'll probably hear him continue to try and smooth talk his way out of zip ties.
Yeah.
So, Kleber and Russel, you make your way back to the Enforcer Precinct. I believe.
Yeah, that's what I'm just trying to tease at.
So you arrive there. There's once again a line for the front desk.
I guess I wait.
The line's a bit shorter now. It's more like 20 minutes. Next!
A certain paperwork, a friend of mine gave me this stack of paperwork, and I hand him the paperwork that I was given to
I gave you
meet.
no paperwork.
Oh, you didn't?
No.
Oh.
Go here. Figure it
I was
out.
told I was told to come here by a certain paperwork loving guy from the not ecclesiarchy, Administratum, who says like this is a fair place to come and visit when he needs paperwork filled out. Said um you have some witnesses for us, or you have some certain witnesses that
What?
need and some guidance on a long.
The guy just sort of looks at you very confused. You mean the Rippers?
Yes. Yes. Yes.
Do you have paperwork to talk to them?
My friend, I don't, but a certain friend of mine does, and he'll be here shortly.
You're talking about
And
the
I-
Administratum guy, right? Creepy hands, constantly asking for paperwork.
Yes, he'll be on his way, and your
He
paperwork.
wouldn't.
I
was-
don't think he would. I don't think he would appreciate the.
I'm,
You know,
I'm pretty sure he would appreciate me working for the paperwork. I think that's his job.
But did you fill out the paperwork to ask for paperwork? Paperwork.
Yes, and he points out a paperwork request license that's hanging on the front of the desk. He made me fill it out last year.
Yeah, but that's it was. I'm gonna try to roll decept. Like I'm gonna try to see what's like.
Yeah, go ahead and
It says-
roll.
It says here expired a week ago.
That, go ahead and roll Deception Fellowship.
Reach over, stamp it with currently expired.
Hey, expired. Now.
What's the modifier? Probably mine.
It's flat. This is challenging.
Succeed, but just one succeed.
Yes. Unfortunately, I will reveal he got a critical success on his seeing through that blatant lie.
She ended-
Honestly, the fact that he got a critical success, somehow, he could have just looked at the piece of paper to see its expiration date. But,
He's had enough grief over it. He knows it by heart at this point.
he takes out a coin purse and drops it on the floor. Oh, it seems I've dropped my coin purse. Perhaps you could pick it up? Wink.
You're saying he wait, are you offering me to pick it up or?
I'd like it back. Wink.
I pick it up and I say, yeah, hey, Doc, I think someone dropped this. And you're like, hey, this was found. I found this on the ground. You might be able to find it to its rightful owner.
I don't
Hello?
think that's what he means.
Oh. What? What do you... Feel free to interrupt to do a little bit of retcon because I wasn't quite catching it.
It's being made brutally clear he wants a bribe.
Oh, well, I'm broke as shit. I say, hey, this feels a little light though. Doc, you wouldn't have anything that might, help rebalance this, wouldn't you? Doc?
How common are bribes?
Yes.
Like, common and accepted.
Accepted? Common? Yes.
And remember, you have
So
that.
should
you have
I
that-
roll to make a guess as to whether or not he will check the coins now or later?
It's It's all connected.
Oh, because someone has a lot of Bagman's coins.
You think that probably he's just going to check by weight? I mean, he's not asking for coins. He like dropped his coin purse to clearly say, "Put coins in here."
Well, I'll throw 10 at the forgeries and then.
Bury them. Please bury them. It's not good.
Yeah,
Make
10 of the
myself.
4Gs and just shake the bag. And like, all right. And then I re-sip the bag and I give it a good shake because I obviously saw what was put in there. And I'm like, oh, this feels like shaking it, but also doing like, hey, this feels much more in balance. Here, you might have, I think this might be fixed. And
He so takes it. And it seems it has been. And he sets it to the side. Oh, your paperwork's right here. You have passes from the sewage manager. He clearly picks up the piece of paper in front of him and squints at it. To speak with these criminals about sewage offenses. And he hands you the
yes,
paper.
absolutely. Improper, yeah. They didn't use their Habasine toilet and they got in trouble. Yes, we will deal with that.
They're in cell block D. Give it to the guard and he'll take you in.
I thank you. And I start walking off and I move quickly, like not obviously like I get away as far as possible, but not being obvious as I can. Just like that's what we did.
Yeah, okay.
And I'm just like, I'm not sticking around for him to check this. Let's just keep on. No, I'm not lollygagging. I'm just
Let's go.
let's go.
So you make your way out, make your way over to the cell blocks.
Pass
Make your
over
way.
the worst counterfeits to a fucking enforcer. God, that's amazing.
Hold on. This one says, made with love from Bagman.
The enforcer just goes, Bagman!
And one of his glasses lens cracks and his hair gets all disheveled. The enforcer who's guarding cell block D sort of raises an eyebrow. Well, I'm sorry to say you're a bit late for most of them. The executions got moved up due to the bullet shortage. But there's still one
Other
alive. You can
than,
talk to him.
Chainsword, chain axe. What's the flavor of the day?
Oh yeah, no, we had to truncheon them to death.
This is a public execution.
Well, gives you a workout.
It's a good deterrent, is what it is.
That too.
Yeah, you know how the Overtakers Guild is. You work in sewage, they always find bodies down there. Yeah, they kept petitioning us to move up the execution because we couldn't allow people who defiled a body any extra life. The Overtakers Guild defiles bodies all the time. It's like I don't know. Like, these guys broke the law, but the Overtakers Guild, they're kind of weird, aren't they? Ignore that I said
there
that.
there are rights to be observed.
They are expert in cadavers. Make sure they don't make you one.
Yeah, it's, cell 37, 3rd level. Once you get there, I'll open the window so you can talk to him. If you need to get inside, just give a shout. But if they take you prisoner, and they take you hostage and try to use it to bargain for their life, we'll just kill you too, because helping a prisoner is punishable. But you know all of this, you've been here before, it says it's your 7th visit. Go on up. You make your way up to the 3rd level and come to door cell 37. The window slides open. Looking through, you can see sort of a figure sort of shriveled, like sort of hunched over, sort of like curled up in the fetal position on the bed.
Hey! Scary.
It's time to die already? You didn't even give me my final meal yet.
We're not here. We're not here to. We have some questions for you first.
The guy sort of sits up and looks at. What do you want? Wait a minute. I know you. So comes up to the door. Remember me? Remember me, Russel?
Do I remember him?
It's me, Parax! I'm the one who sold you the arm after Poop crushed it! You gotta get me out of here, man!
Depends on if you answer some questions first.
Okay, what do you want to know?
We heard. I know. Sorry. We've received word that you've got. I received word you got a lung in a certain cybernetic. Do I know what model cybernetic lung, or is it just straight up cybernetic lung?
It was the only thing they were listed as having. I think that probably that would have been relayed onto you by Joren, but I'm not sure.
Yeah. What I mean is, do I know what kind of I try to be?
It's a cybernetic. I think Joren said cybernetic young that belonged to Brother Bayaka, and that was it.
I think that's entirely probable what I said.
Okay, we received word you got a lung in your possession recently.
Oh, yeah, well, wasn't mine. It was Cloris's. I think they already executed him, but yeah, he bought it like yesterday midday, I think.
You know where he got it from?
Not really. It was this I don't know. It was this like freaky guy, kind of skinny, tall. Gave me weird vibes, kind of like a priest. I don't know though. He wasn't wearing any like priest robes or anything. It just sort of that vibe, you know?
Yeah. No, this is out of character. That's the description because I may have fallen asleep saying that too. That was the description of one of the guys of like the guy who.
Yeah, the Confessor Brunt was tall and skinny and sort of gaunt.
Okay. Okay. Anything else? So you got it from the Confessor. Do you know?
I don't know.
Confessor. Okay, so all you know is from the trails you got from the Confessor.
Who the hell's the Confessor?
The Confessor. That was me speaking out of character. From a tall, skinny guy.
Yeah, weird vibes. You know, he seemed pretty irritated about it. I don't know what exactly.
What did you?
He was agitated.
Agitated, maybe a little bit of a high voice.
Yeah,
high-pitched voice.
Like sort of higher pitched, yeah. Like
Okay.
not super high pitched or anything, but you know, it's a little bit of like the I would like to sell you this log, like that sort of thing.
Yeah.
So are you going to get me out of here?
I'll do my best, and I continue to just, and I say, I'll do my best. Your help is greatly appreciated. And I walk away, and I walk away, and I kind of motion chop the doc to ask, but first, my friend here may have some questions for you. And I walk away and I kind of motion for Keebler to ask some questions.
Well, I guess backstory question. Then, was I the one to put on Russell's arm?
Yeah, but he came with it.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, yeah.
You know of them, but you know of Rippers, but you've always given them a wide berth just because stuff like this happens.
Yeah, I kind of want to stay on the guild's good side. You know, considering my line of work and all.
No, you don't have any questions?
Have I heard anything of a reputation or gathered one about his quality of work?
Hit or miss. I mean, basically, you know, they buy whatever they can get and sell it on.
So they're not the ones to rip it out, really?
From what you've heard, this guy in particular wasn't really like a true ripper. Like, he just normally bought from like the Underhive gangs and like some of the worst scum that wanders up on occasion. But he wasn't too picky about where it came from or its quality.
Are there any positions in the Undertaker Guild that Kleber knows about that would be a good fit for him?
I mean, he has the skills that would be necessary to be sort of a menial in the Overtaker Guild. Especially like the parts about like evaluating and reattributing bionics. But you're not sure if the guild would ever accept a former Ripper in. You're pretty sure they wouldn't, in fact.
Even though he is primarily a middleman?
Yeah, well, because he was still enabling the people who were problematic.
Well, I might be able to convince them of something if you are willing to cooperate.
Of course, man. Like, yeah. You know, anything to stay alive, really. That's sort of your general, plan. Yeah. Yeah. It's...
Well, since you are primarily a middleman, I will, see if they'd be willing to work with you on you being an informant for them. Find the people doing the ripping.
I can be an informant. I quite clearly have very little in the way of ethical quandaries with things. Being an informant is not something I have a problem with. Please tell them that. I do... from what I've heard, they beat the other two guys to death. Please don't. Even if you can just get me, like, a bullet, like, it's still better, you know? Still better.
Yeah. Oh, I'll see what I can do.
Ideally, I'd like to be alive. Bullet. Acceptable. But Russell, you said you'd get me off. If they beat me to death, I'm blaming you.
Fair enough.
Fair enough. you know, just he can blame me all he wants. He's gonna be fucking dead.
Uh, anything else to ask him?
I don't have anything.
No. Nothing on my end. I imagine I would have a method to communicate with the Undertaker or
Yeah.
Overtaker Guild.
Yeah, you have contacts with them just in case, a patient dies on the table.
Yeah. Would I have at least like a low-level manager available as a contact point?
You probably know of one that you could probably get in touch with via Vox console. Like a Vox station.
Well, that will be task number 2. Task number 1, see if we can get this guy put off for a couple more hours while I talk to the guild. So, who will I need to talk to for that?
Probably the guard would be the first place to start. Yes. Bagman, could you go ahead and make me a willpower at plus 15?
Okay.
Yeah.
And then roll me a 1d10.
Yeah, Griffin. Fun fact: I was not expecting you to give him the help, but I was just going to be from there to die. I was just going to be.
Willpower 1.
Yeah, you're addicted to
fate
obscure.
point. A fate point. Not be addicted to this fucking shit.
And I think we have 3 more doses
Okay.
available in the party.
Okay. Yep. So you
Okay.
are not addicted to obscure. Roll 1d10, please. You're going to be
Nice.
depressed for the next 9 hours.
Fuck. That fucking board helped me. The zip ties.
And you are also held down. You're also still tied down to a table.
Get off me! I want out of this relationship. Where's my chainsaw?
Do we? I'm guessing we're gonna go talk to the guard. Is that where we're at? Just.
Yeah.
I'm gonna you do the talk. I'm gonna you do the talking for this because I was gonna just let him go. I mean, I was just gonna let him die. I was gonna be like, you help me, I walk away. But that works too.
Professionals have standards.
We're barely amateurs at this point.
I'm a professional Backstreet chop shop doc. Thank you very much.
Yeah. I walk away.
You're a
I'm not-
professional amateur doctor.
Exactly.
Yeah. Yeah. So obviously going back to the me being a evil piece of shit. I'm just walking away. I'm just not evil, but morally gray, on the darker side of gray, but gray. I'm just walking. I'm gonna walk back to the just following behind. What's his name?
Kleber?
Kleber, yes. Kleber, Keebler, Kleber.
Oh no, nickname is starting to stick.
Mr. Elf.
Yeah, so, where's this Mr. Guard?
He's back in the booth where you entered from.
Actually, do we have a way to contact Paperwork Man to get a stay of execution?
Okay, fine.
You know his Vox number, but you'd have to find a Vox terminal.
Is there does he have Vox terminal on the wall?
It looks like there's one inside of this guy's office.
Alright. Griffin, I'm gonna need you to talk here, so sorry.
Yeah. So I've had a chat with that Ripper, and I think I can get the guild something out of him more so than just a beating to death will. When's he looking at for an execution?
Probably 30 minutes.
Can we get you to hold that off for a bit while we get the proper paperwork in order? Or would you rather skip that little tidbit?
Well, I guess I'm going to go on break in 30 minutes, so I need to do all the paperwork again since I changed the execution time. You have an hour and a half.
Thank you very much, sir. And I'll hand him a crown
He
for his time.
A real crown or a
Real one.
hand him the clearly fake crown while you're in prison.
This will be the fastest arrest in history. Guy tries to bribe card with copper coins. Local Florida man.
No, there is a way to do it faster. You try and do it from inside a cell.
Yeah, so you hand him the fake coin, and he just changes the name on the execution that's going to be in half an hour.
I'm not complaining.
Let's hope he doesn't check his coin purse in the next hour and a half. Well, at least not thoroughly.
So
Chris, how many crowns would I have had to start?
I'd say you probably would have started with 50.
Okay.
I feel like
Yeah,
we're trying to like get my paid. Yeah. I did not mean to be poor, but that works out okay. I'll get money eventually.
Well, you won't. That's the great part about Dark Heresy.
Indeed.
I'll try to start dealing Obscura. That's
Dealing the 3 doses of Obscura you have.
2.
Well, right, because you handed one to...
No.
Hey, did you not take it off me?
Yeah, I did take it off of you. Like you had it in your hand. You're like you're holding it in your hand, and I took the dose from your hand, and it's right now on the desk of the evidence one specifically. Because what I'm gonna say just is that it's a different bottle, just for what the hell.
Yeah.
Just for story reasons. It's like, and I hate to do this to your campaign, Chris, but I'm gonna just suggest, hey, just so we can tell, put stuff given to characters versus stuff given by priests.
It is a different bottle, because you did not have prior knowledge of how to buy drugs from priests before now.
Yeah. Anyway, so anyway, I take this anyway, so so the guard is the guard out of his office?
No, he's not. He's going to go on break in 30 minutes.
Okay.
Would we be able to use your Vox terminal, or is there another that would be available?
Sure.
Alright.
Just don't do
Then
a
I
long
will-
distance call.
Well,
Long
if it counts
distance
as
is
long
the-
distance,
The other side of the hive.
I mean,
one
hell, it's
hive
gonna be
section
what,
over.
top of the sector. If it counts as long distance, then, oh boy, I guess they're charging interplanetary rates for anyone on the opposite side of the hive, let alone other hives. But I will be giving Joren a call.
Joren, the Vox terminal in your office has started ringing.
Second.
Let it go to answer.
We're gonna pick it up. Section QU37, Hive Quintus lower level Administratum office. How can we assist you this day?
Joren?
Yes.
Is that you? Okay. Can't tell with you pencil pushers. We had.
He hangs up. I'm just kidding.
He makes the hanging up noise.
Oh, there will be a call right back.
Alright, go ahead.
We are going to have need of paperwork for a stay of execution. We may be able to get the Overtaker Guild favor that they owe us.
By what authority do you wish to stay the execution?
On sake of
Or
the witness and knowing where we have. Oh, I'm not on the phone. Never mind.
Yeah, whatever would be most appropriate and easiest for a temporary stay while we sort things out with the guild.
Whose execution are you wishing to stay?
What was this guy's name again? Bruce.
Cloris Baff.
Bam. So,
Why do you wish to stay this person's execution?
Sorry, not Cloris. Parax Baff.
Perex.
Cloris was already executed. That would be a very worthless form.
Would be very fun to get
His name is Perex Baff. He was mainly a middleman for Ripped.
Why do you want
Bionics.
to stay this person's execution?
A quick lore question. Would I be able to hear this call too, or is it like a phone, or is it like an
radio, essentially.
yeah? I pipe in. We have he has I'm sorry. Do we can the guard hear us?
I don't know.
Yeah.
I think Voxes are like radios, but I mean radios can have like
Yeah,
That way.
these like embedded
Oh.
Vox terminals have handsets on them.
yeah.
All right. But can the guard hear what I say?
Yes, you're in the same room as him.
Yeah.
But
okay,
he can't hear what
he
I'm
can hear what
saying,
we
nor
say.
can you.
Yeah.
Yeah.
No. Oh. Okay.
This is like a phone call, but it's over radio. It's weird.
We have his execution put back to an hour and a half from now at the moment. If you could get us a day, we can sort things out with the guild and
But
clamp
what?
down on some more of the illegal ripping and sale of bionics.
For what reason do you want to stay this person's execution?
Perex is willing to act as a informant for this reason.
Well, how will this benefit the investigation into the death of Brother Brynax?
He is already
What?
Bayaka.
Rayaka. Fuck. Okay.
He is
sorry.
I should
already
just write
assisted
down
us.
all of the crazy names you come up with, trying to remember my relatively standard names. just to use them for future characters.
Yeah, exactly. That's how you make up names. I'm assuming.
Pretty
Sorry,
much,
go
yeah.
ahead.
Russell, but I did tell Russ. I did kind of whisper in Chopstock, not Russell. Chopstar, Chop Shop, Keebler, Keebler. I did kind of whisper like, I just said, lung received from Skinny Guy.
He's already helped us with the investigation. We identified who the lung was sold by. The lung that came from Brother Bayaka.
What benefit do you expect that he will serve to the investigation in future?
Both he and the Overtaker Guild would owe us a favor.
What would a favor
Which-
from some informant to the Overtakers Guild benefit this investigation?
It might not be of use at the moment.
Understand
have to think
that
ahead.
to stay the execution would necessitate revealing contacts not generally revealing information that is of classified nature.
How so?
The authority which will be used to stay the execution is not one which will be discussed over an open vox.
Then do you have?
If there is a way to do the temporary stay of execution on behalf of the convict, then that will be enough time to get the guild involved, and if they see fit to follow through, it will be under their authority that the execution is prevented.
I mean, okay, Chris, my thought is that this is not really like Joren does not have the authority to even temporarily stay in execution.
No, you do not.
Yeah.
So you can either forge papers or pull the Inquisition card.
Yeah.
I don't think we want to do just quite yet.
Yeah.
So,
the
long story short, there is no method to hold the execution.
This Administratum
by-
office does not withhold the authority to stay in execution for any length of time, exempting without the authorization of a more significant power. More significant authority.
And there's no method to on behalf of perpetrators or victims.
Why would perpetrators be allowed to stay their own execution?
Is there a method
Well, if you were
to
to
change the
presume
form of
innocence.
execution?
I got a question.
Can you? Yeah, I have a question. Can you?
Where we could requisition some forged papers from the interrogator we're working for.
That would be
Like,
something
say-
you could theoretically do, yes.
Yeah. So without having to flash our, we don't have a badge. Well, metaphorically, not having to flash our badge anywhere, but also getting some either forged or legitimate papers. Being like, hey, we need this thing to continue the investigation. Just a thought, throwing it out there.
Yeah, if there's no way to stay the execution, is there a method to change the manner of execution?
The method of execution is at the discretion of the Arbites.
So with where we're at, is it the Arbites or the local enforcers?
The enforcers work for the Arbites, so it's...
The Orbites hand down judgment, the enforcers enforce the law. Orbites just do it when it's really difficult.
Or they're bored. You know how Arbites be.
There's only a handful of Orbites for an entire hive.
Yeah.
So when it's convenient for them.
They are always bored.
Oh no, some gangers are trying to kill me.
Again.
Direct shotgun with malicious intent.
Exactly. Judicial intent.
Sentence.
so
Death by shotgun. This
is there
shot.
paperwork to force them to use it? Like,
No, it would be down to getting a hold of who's in charge of the execution locally.
Which I think would be the guy
Well-
that you were just talking to.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, he would be able to tell who is. Yeah. Then there's just that info of. It seems Brother Bayaka's lung was sold to one of Perixbath's associates by the Confessor.
It's seeming that way, yeah.
And is there any other information you would be looking for that we might be able to obtain here?
Who killed him?
He doesn't know. This guy doesn't know that though.
Mm.
This guy only knows that someone sold a bionic lung to a friend of his, and has a vague description of the guy who sold the lung.
I'm sorry, I'm tied up in a goddamn chop shop.
You got high. That's not our fault.
Me.
We will get back to you with any further information then.
Understood.
Yeah. Well. Kleber will be hanging up at this point and turning back to the guard.
What you want?
I'd like to know who's in charge of the execution for Mr. Bath.
That'd be me.
Seeing as Mr. Bath has provided help to us, it would be appreciated if he could be given the benefit of a quick death rather than the beating that the others received.
Yeah. Well, bullets are expensive.
Can I tell what kind of gun he
Well-
uses?
He wants money, not ammo.
Oh, I was just gonna say, can I give you one bullet to?
No promise.
I mean, my question is, that execution is in 20 minutes now? Was it?
If
How long
you've
was that?
changed your mind, maybe it is.
Yes. Since there does not appear to be a way to get the guild to cooperate on this matter, I will give him what mercy the Emperor may provide him.
Okay. Yeah, maybe. I'd call that a fair deal.
Out of character, that's him implying that the crown payment will cover that?
Yes.
Okay. It is much appreciated. Good sir. Pleasure doing business with you. And I will shake his hand.
He does a handshake. Glory to the Emperor.
Mercy to subjects. And I guess we'll head back down to the entrance.
Get the fuck out.
And well, I will swing by the desk and drop 7 crowns there for the guy who got us in.
Yeah, you make your way out.
Yep.
I think we are going to call the session there. Everyone is good with that?
Yeah, I'm okay with that. Yep. Out of character, is that just to keep him on our good side after dropping a bunch of?
Oh, that was a. Let's make sure it goes expediently. And from there, it is okay. Now that we have dealt with the expediency, let's make sure he's not going to be that pissed at us. By, actually paying him a bribe, not just scamming him.
Well, thank you very much to our viewers.
Yes.
The VOD will be uploaded to YouTube, hopefully by the end of next week. You never know, uploading a 5.5-hour video to YouTube can be fraught with difficulty.
It's gonna get flagged right at the part where I tried to talk about that opening that door. Damn fuck! That's like that. It is gone.
Yeah. Well, we're going to thank you for watching. I've been Chris, aka Allegedly Nerdy.
I have been Bagman. The bastard Bagman. Wow.
I've been Adam, also playing Joren.
And this is Dolan playing Russell.
And Griffin playing Kleber. Not Kepler, Kleber.
I'm pretty sure it's Kleber. Yep, definitely sure it's Kleber.
I'll keep it
Kleber?
off.